to hell, like always. Okay, I had to spend a little bit of time with a certain small creature who likes to bite and scratch my hands and my arms. And I believe that now she is laying down, about to fall asleep. But if I say her name, I might activate her, so I'm going to try to avoid doing that. Okay. Alright, so I have my main project today, which will be finishing up this comfy AFK background, which I think I may be able to finish by the end of the stream. We will see. I did also have a few articles I wanted to read quickly. Nothing too major, but might as well run through them real quick. Okay, so this is from the New York Times, published April 18th, 2024 by Delger Erdinsana. Not sure what kind of a name that is. Doesn't sound too similar to anything I've heard before. China's cities are sinking below sea level, study finds. Development and groundwater pumping are causing land subsidence and heightening the risks of sea level rise. As China's cities grow, they are also sinking. An estimated 16% of the country's major cities are losing more than 10 millimeters of elevation per year, and nearly half are losing more than 3 millimeters per year, according to a new study published in the journal Science. These amounts may seem small, but they accumulate quickly. In 100 years, a quarter of China's urban coastal land could sit below sea level because of a combination of subsidence and sea level rise, according to the study. Quote, "It's a national problem," said Robert Nichols, a climate scientist and civil engineer at the University of East Anglia, who reviewed the paper. Dr. Nichols added, to his knowledge, this study is the first to measure subsidence across many... Is that how that's pronounced? I assume it is, because when things subside... Subsidence pronunciation. Don't give me that stupid YouTube video thing. I hate that. Word Nick, does this have a pronunciation thing? No, it does not. Let's go to Google. Subsidence. It's gonna be loud as fuck, isn't it? Let me lower it for you guys. I'll deafen myself for the cause. Hello?
Subsidence.
Okay, it's not that bad.
Subsidence.
Okay, so it is subsidence. Dr. Nichols added that, to his knowledge, this study is the first to measure subsidence across many urban areas at once using state-of-the-art radar data from satellites. Subsidence in these cities is caused in part by the sheer weight of buildings and infrastructure, the study found. Pumping water from aquifers underneath the cities also plays a role, as do oil drilling and coal mining, all activities that leave empty space underground where soil and rocks can compact or collapse. Yeah, that's really interesting. I don't know why in the planning phase and after the fact, post-mortem, they don't realize that they should go back in there and either fill it up with concrete or dump in some other materials from elsewhere to help prevent that. Seems like a like a lapse in judgment. But I am no civil engineer, so I'm just going based off the video games I've played. When I play Banished and Civ and such, I gotta think about the consequences of my actions. If I build a farm here, I'm not gonna be able to use it and work it as a cottage and have all that money instead in the meantime. Thinky winky, thinky face. Beijing is among the places in the country sinking the fastest. So is nearby Tianjin, where last year thousands of residents were evacuated from high-rise apartment buildings after the streets outside suddenly split apart. Within these cities, sinking is uneven. When pieces of land next to each other subside at different rates, whatever is built on top of that land is at risk of damage. Other countries, including the United States, have similar problems. Quote, land subsidence is an overlooked problem that almost exists everywhere, said... I'm not sure what the origin of this name is. Manucher Shirzai. Is this an Israeli? Manucher Shirzai, a geophysicist at Virginia Tech who has studied subsidence in American coastal cities using similar methods. Dr. Shirzai also reviewed the new study on Chinese cities by Zurui Ao of South China Normal University, Xiaomei Hu and Shengli Tao of Peking University and their colleagues. Quote, I believe the majority of the adaptation strategies that we have and resiliency plans to combat climate change are inaccurate, just because they did not include land subsidence, he said. Quote, it hasn't been studied the way, for example, sea level rise has been studied. The new study was based on satellite radar measurements of how much the ground surface in 82 major cities, accounting for 3/4 of China's urban population, moved up or down between 2015 and 2022. The researchers compared these measurements to data on potential contributing factors like the weight of buildings in these cities and changing groundwater levels underneath them. The researchers also combined their subsidence measurements with projections of sea level rise to figure out which cities might end up below sea level. One caveat with these findings is that they assumed a constant rate of subsidence over the next 100 years, but these rates can change along with human activity. What the heck? Rates can change based off human activity, kind of like fossil fuel burning? We have just confirmed that we have been the cause of carbon dioxide. Is that the one? CO2, the carbon dioxide in the air. It's all us. You heard it here first. Human activity has a potential to change the rate. About 6% of land in China's coastal cities currently has a relative elevation below sea level. If the global average sea level rises by 0.87 meters, or a little less than 3 feet by 2120, the higher of two commonly used scenarios considered by the researchers, that proportion could rise to 26%, this study found. Okay, so it starts by saying about 6% of land in China's coastal cities has relative elevation below sea level. But it could be instead of 6%, it could be 26% by 2120 if the average sea level rises by 0.87 meters. Huh. So I guess that's dependent on human activity, and I'm assuming these numbers this year, 2120, and either 6 to 26% are already accounting for the melting of the polar ice caps and other such scenarios that are built into this projection, this simulation. Being below sea level doesn't mean a city is automatically doomed. Yeah, otherwise the Dutch would have been doomed a long ass time ago, and New Orleans. Being below sea level doesn't mean a city is automatically doomed. Much of the Netherlands is below sea level and sinking, but the country has been extensively engineering to prevent flooding in places and to accommodate it in others. Yeah, they have the levees, the dams. I forget what they're called, and SIF for one of the buildings for the Netherlands is, I believe there's some kind of, I forget what they're called, but I think it's not called levees or anything, or dams. The key to minimizing damage is limiting groundwater extraction, the researchers wrote. Shanghai is already taking this approach and is sinking more slowly than other Chinese cities. In Japan, groundwater management over the years has proved successful at stabilizing subsidence in Tokyo and Osaka. Some places are even combating subsidence by injecting water into depleted aquifers in a process called managed recharge. That's pretty cool. Groundwater is fresh water though, right? So they wouldn't take it from the sea, I don't think. That would fuck up the entire ecosystem over time. Let's go have a look. What is groundwater composed of? Groundwater. I imagine there's some sediment in it and such that they have to purify. Groundwater. From Wikipedia, a highly untrustworthy source if you're retarded and can't think for yourself and cross-reference information. What the heck? The page is locked? What the heck? Groundwater is the water present beneath Earth's surface in rock and soil pore spaces, and in the fractures of rock formations. Around about 30% of all readily available fresh water in the world is groundwater. Okay, that's pretty interesting. I was not aware that was the percentage. A unit of rock or an I initially read it as unsolicited, but is unconsolidated deposit is called an aquifer when it can yield a usable quantity of water. The depth at which soil pore spaces or fractures and voids in rock become completely saturated with water is called the water table. Groundwater is recharged from the surface. It may discharge from the surface naturally at springs and seeps and can form oases or wetlands. Groundwater is also often withdrawn for agricultural, municipal, and industrial use by constructing and operating extraction wells. The study of the distribution and movement of groundwater is hydrogeology, also called groundwater hydrology. Typically, groundwater is thought of as water flowing through shallow aquifers, but in the technical sense, it can also contain soil moisture, permafrost, frozen soil, immobile water in very low permeability bedrock, and deep geothermal or oil formation water. Groundwater is hypothesized to provide the lubrication that can possibly influence the movement of faults. It is likely that much of the Earth's subsurface contains some water, which may be mixed with other fluids in some instances. And I guess that's part of where the purification process will play a role. Groundwater is often cheaper, more convenient, and less vulnerable to pollution than surface water. Therefore, it is commonly used for public water supplies. For example, groundwater provides the largest source of usable water storage in the United States, and California annually withdraws the largest amount of groundwater of all the states. Yeah, that was a bit of an issue like a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. They were voting in California to send the state or municipals freshwater reserves from I believe they're government-owned lakes and such reservoirs. They were trying to vote between sending it to the city or giving it to the farmers who are more likely to, I think they're closer, I think. And also they are more likely to need it for crops and agriculture and such. I didn't follow that case, that issue too much, but that was a very interesting thing. And I think also New York City has some property upstate. It's like a massive reservoir and the lake and dam kind of all like in one, that nobody else, I think nobody else in the state is allowed to touch it, and it's even patrolled by New York City police officers, I believe. Let's see if I can find that. But yeah, it's I did also see another article, not this one. Where was it? Let me pull this out here. And I'm pretty sure it's been the case for a while that fresh water is becoming a much more valuable commodity and resource than oil. More valuable than oil. I don't know where I saw that headline, but let me just type in freshwater into the news search. No, I don't think it's here, but yeah, I remember first hearing about it with one of my high school English teachers. I think it was junior year, in which I guess if at that point freshwater was already being considered a valuable resource for which we might fight world wars over and make it more expensive. Then we are approaching that reality. Inch by inch, we are slowly edging onto the freshwater wars. Let me finish reading this paragraph here in Wikipedia before I go back. Underground reservoirs contain far more water than the capacity of all surface reservoirs and lakes in the United States, including the Great Lakes. Okay, that is very interesting. I was not aware that there was much more underground. Many municipal water supplies are derived solely from groundwater. Over 2 billion people rely on it as their primary water source worldwide. Okay, let's go look up New York City water reservoir. Yeah, I believe this is it. The Jacqueline Kennedy Onassis Reservoir. I believe this is it. Oh no, that's the Central Park one. It's not that one then. I guess in the video I watched about it, they mentioned the Jackie Kennedy Onassis Reservoir. New York City water reservoir, upstate New York. Catskill system. This is in the nyc.gov page. NYC's reservoir system. Each day, more than 1.1 billion gallons of fresh, clean water is derived from large upstate reservoirs, some more than 125 miles from the city, to the taps of 9 million customers throughout New York State. Oh, so it is the entire state. Does the city sell it, then? If other parts of the state access it? The watersheds of the three systems cover an area of almost 2,000 square miles, approximately the size of the state of Delaware. The reservoirs combined have a storage capacity of 550 billion gallons. What the heck? That's so much. And then, imagine in a universe like Halo, where you have a whole entire fleet, a whole entire UNSC fleet with very large sizes of vessels, each that have a population the size of villages up to and including cities, and probably megacities, that are all military personnel, more than likely, and probably some civilians in case of needing to colonize certain planets and systems. How much water and food do you have to carry on there? How do you get access to that water on the planet that you're departing from? How do you get it onto the ship? How do you keep it fresh and maintained and everything? That's a lot of work. The watersheds of the three systems, storage capacity of 550 billion gallons. The water flows to New York City through aqueducts, and 97% reaches homes and businesses through gravity alone. Only 3% must be pumped to its final destination. Yeah, but it has to go uphill a little bit, and the pressure isn't enough. You would have to pump it. Chlorine is added to the water to kill bacteria, and fluoride is added to help prevent tooth decay. The Catskills, there's 3 systems here. The Croton system, the Catskill system, and the Delaware system. Oh, there's another one, the New York water supply system. I think the Catskill is the one I want. The Catskill system includes 2 reservoirs and supplies up to 40% of the city's daily needs. The Catskill watershed is located in parts of Greene, Ulster, and Schoharie counties, about 100 miles north of New York City and 35 miles west of the Hudson River. Okay, so all of these lead into the city. So I guess they all provide a little bit toward everywhere in the state. So this is here Delaware County. Where is the Catskill Reservoir? Here's the Catskill Aqueduct leading down toward the Croton watershed. And from there, he continues heading south toward the Bronx, Manhattan, Queens, Brooklyn. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't really take this information. What the heck? I'm looking on my OBS preview, and this area looks so weird on the right side because of the dithering, I guess. It's what it's technically called, the technical term of a bunch of little dots. But I feel like a lot of people probably don't consider all of these systems we have in place that we just take for granted, and they're probably out of sight, out of mind, and we never had to think about its maintenance or the people who work there. We just like turn on the tap water and it works, and that's it. We just flick the light on and it works, and that's it. But maybe that's just me and my upbringing and my education in New York City public schools, where I don't think we ever touch on systems like this at all. Maybe other schools are different. I did mention before at some point where we had like how some people mentioned that they have a civics course in school, and we never had anything like that. Nuh-uh, not me. Okay, so here's the last paragraph of the article. It's difficult to stop subsidence entirely, Dr. Nichols said. You've got to live with what's left. Mainly, he said, this means adapting to sea level rise in coastal areas, not just the sea level rise caused by climate change, but also the effects of sinking land. And yeah, that's that. So this may also, keep in mind that this may also encourage the Chinese, if they're losing land to the ocean, they might go find and colonize and claim some land somewhere else nearby that may or may not be part of China already. So we'll see whether or not West Taiwan wants to invade Taiwan actual. Rippy dippy, rippy skippy. I did see this, but I don't think I want to cover it in depth too much. I just want to look at the few things from the Associated Press, April 18th, 2024, by David Bowder. Judge in Trump case orders media not to report where potential jurors work. I believe that should go by default, no? Whether or not it's a high profile case, you want the jurors to remain mostly unscathed from the public, and you also want media and information that may influence the trial or influence the juror's opinion. You want that connection severed as best as possible. Okay. Judge Juan, oh, he's one of us. Judge Juan Merchan acted after one juror was dismissed when she expressed concerns about participating in the trial after details about her became publicly known. The names of the jurors are supposed to be kept a secret. Yeah, I guess that's what I was saying. But the dismissed juror told Merchant she had friends, colleagues, and family members contacting her to ask whether she was on the case. Quote, I don't believe at this point I can be fair and unbiased and let the outside influences not affect my decision-making in the courtroom, she said. I mean... Okay, from my perspective, I feel like this is a major cop-out. If I were selected for jury duty, I would, or no, okay, if I received a letter in the mail saying that I was to report to the courthouse for the possibility of being selected as a juror, I would obviously say that. I've said that before previous times when I received one of those letters. But if I were selected, I would. I don't know. Maybe I'm. Maybe it's difficult because I would probably tell people that yes, I was selected. But how would they know which case it's for? Because that's supposed to be anonymous until you get there, right? And you're not supposed to talk to anybody, so they probably just like maybe piece the puzzle together of which location, which courthouse the Trump case was going to take place in, and which courthouse she had to report to. I feel like she could do it. I feel like she can. She could still be fine. Some media organizations were considering whether to protest having the onus placed on them. I guess yeah, that's part of what I'm thinking, having the onus of your participation as a juror, and people asking you questions whether or not that's a viable defense and being dismissed as a juror. Generally, the First Amendment of the United States bars judges from ordering journalists not to disclose what they hear and see in courtrooms open to the public, though there are exceptions, such as when military security is at stake. There are actions the judge could take. Courts have extraordinary powers to protect jurors from tampering and intimidation. It is really where a court's power is at its peak. All right, well, I'm not particularly interested too much in that at the moment. So if anything happens, we'll keep an eye on it. And then I just thought this headline was pretty funny from The Independent. Kennedy family officially endorses Biden at campaign event in latest snub to RFK Jr. Rippy dippy. The Kennedys don't want to fall out of the good graces of the swampers, of the Bidens and the Clintons, and they don't want to be assassinated. So, correction, they don't want to be suicided from the back of the head from 3 shotgun blasts, self-inflicted, as they were tied up to a chair. For which there's evidence of them being tied up to a chair, their hands bound by rope. But when the police got there, there was no chair, there was no rope, and it was completely 100% a suicide. Yes. Rippy dippy. Imagine not being believed by your own family because the political parties, the political dynasties of your country are so much stronger. Unlucky. Okay. I don't have too much left, I don't believe, of my my comfy background. I just gotta work on the lighting here, the light changing from the monitor. And we'll see what we do from there. But, big but, I also have my Bigfoot guy who I've been following since he had like 200 subscribers or 100 or whatever. He made an appearance. They interviewed him. And let's see what that's all about. Let's pull this up. Okay, so for a quick rundown of who he is and what he might say. He is...
Everything I experienced is real.
This is Chuck Jacobs. He is a... I guess he's not really a van lifer. He does have a house, but he does like camping. And he's also a Bigfooter. He is one of the people from whom I have heard very few pieces of information regarding the big feets. He had his prostate he had his prostate massaged by a female big feets magically, telepathically, through the Matrix. I'm not exactly sure. He is a proponent of the concept of mind speak, that's how the big feets communicate with us. He's going to say that the big feets, as if you're driving by or if you're in the woods or something, he mentions something called the "Hey, we're here" tingle, which for him he says is like somewhere in either the base of his neck or like the above his ear, I believe. It's like a little tingle that lets him know that the big feet are around. From my perspective, I assume it's either one of two things. Either the big feet control that when they're trying to say, "Hey, we're here," to communicate, to mind speak with a person, with a human, and or probably also other big feet, or they don't control it and they just have an incredibly different, unique profile and identity toward their electromagnetism that we are sensitive to, which might also explain why the forest goes quiet, because all the insects, all the mammals, all the birds, all the owls, they go quiet and silent when they sense that. That's probably what it means when you sense a presence is watching you. That's that tingle. People might experience it different ways. Some people as a tingle, some people as a presence, some people as being watched. Or we're all experiencing the same thing, but we call it all those different things because we're not sure. Our capacity and our understanding and how we operate in the world hasn't quite prepared us for how to express that. And we have no scientific language, I guess, scientific groundwork available to us at the moment, since maybe there's other ways of communicating that we don't have access to or can't study using the scientific method consistently. That's a possibility. So he's probably going to mention that. He did also mention the cloaking, the shimmer around the big feet when they are cloaked that you can see if you trained your eyes to know what to look for. He's going to say that for sure. They cloak. He also has done mind speak with the big feet, and I believe it's him. He asked the big feet, do they believe in God and such? And I believe the big feet responded yes, that they know the one is what they called him. It may have been somebody else, but it is tangentially related to this concept of religion and God. I believe it was somebody else who... Did he ask the big feets, or was it passed down to him? I believe he may have been a Native American or something, but the core of the thing is that I believe he did ask the big feets, why are... wait, I forgot what the question was, but I remember the answer. The answer was because we didn't sin against God, or we didn't. Was it sin against God? Well, when Adam and Eve ate the fruit of the from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, the big feats didn't do that. So I believe that's what it was. Why do the big feats? Why do you have these powers, these mind speak and cloaking and such? And the answer was because we didn't sin against God. And so that's an interesting theory. I don't know if any of all these things I've mentioned are true. I haven't done any research outside in the woods myself, so I can ask the big feats for my own first primary source. I can't be a primary source reference. I can be a secondary source, like I'm doing right now, relating to Chuck Jacobs' previous statements and other people in the field. What else? I believe Chuck, two more things that he's mentioned before, maybe once or twice. I believe twice he has mentioned that the big feats can download our entire knowledge, I believe is what he said. I don't know if it includes the memories. It probably does. Everything that we have in our brain, they can download it. And they can do it just like, I guess, instantly. And I guess that's probably how they keep up with world affairs. As we're passing by, walking the woods, and the big feats downloads the latest Wikipedia entry in our brain. And then the last thing he mentioned that I have never heard anywhere else is that it is possible, because he was out in the field with some people, it is possible that the big feats can control animals. Kind of like, I believe it's, I never played Assassin's Creed, but I believe in some of them you can like, probably also, what is it? It's not a Bethesda game, it's not Uncharted. It's not Forsaken, definitely not Forsaken. Dishonored, that one, where you can control the rats and stuff. Kind of like that, I assume, where like they can put their mind into the animal to control where it walks and stuff. I believe that is a feature in some Assassin's Creed games as well. I've never played or seen any footage, but I think they mentioned it once or twice in passing as I was listening or watching a video. Chuck Jacobs here and some people who he took out there, they were sitting around a campfire. They were mind speaking with the big feats, and then the big feats said he's gonna show them something. And then there was this like pathway leading outside of the camp, this clearing between the woods, between the trees, and then like a skunk walked by or something. And then later they made a bear walk by 2 times directly after the big feet said that he's gonna show these humans a neat trick or something. So those are things that he has said on his YouTube channel, and which he may again relay here in this interview. And if these things are true, if everything that he says is true about the big feats, if all of their powers and abilities are true, then I personally believe it is my mission, my personal God-given mission, to, at some point, eventually, go out into the woods or walk the trail and have a big feats ping me and download my memories, download my brain, so that I can show them the beauty and majesty that is the Lord of the Rings, the Extended Edition trilogy. That's my mission. I want the big feats to know of this marvelous feat of human ingenuity that we have created. And so that's why I research big feats, so I can show them the Lord of the Rings Extended Edition trilogy, 4K. Okay, let's get started on this interview, and I will begin probably the final art to my comfy background.
I was a skeptic, as I said originally. I was a very, very hard sell. It took me years before I would accept the whole paranormal, or they call it the woo aspect of it.
The woo woo. I can 100% understand why 99.9% of the population is so quick and eager to call things woo woo. But I guess it might just be me. I might be one of the few, the few handful, the few 500 people who are city dwellers who is still aware or somehow sensitive toward understanding the woo-woos. And I don't know how much of that has to do with my interest in, like, I guess, Homeric epics and spooky stories and fairy tales and religious stories. You know, there's something there, I believe, 100%. I wonder if part of the reason that most people are hesitant, afraid, or simply unaware entirely is because of how far we've come from our primal survivor days. You know, maybe we're just too surrounded by comforts and technology and luxuries. So that might be another thing I gotta look into. Why are there some? Oh, before we get started, I gotta do a thing. Maybe look into why. What sorts of communities are what sorts of communities are still somewhat respectful and aware and cognizant of the fact that there is woo-woo stuff? Because I am 100% convinced that there is woo-woo stuff in the world. It's not all over the place. If it is, I am probably too much of a modern person, too much of a city dweller to fully be aware of it, but I think I'm aware of it enough to know that it's there. Anyway, before we begin, there is this one thing. Somebody, I'm not going to say who, somebody subscribed earlier today, but then he had to go to a sleepings because he has to be a good boy and fall asleep at an appropriate time. And that person is...
Freeze, tossers, get down on the fucking ground.
Amazing.
Freeze, tossers, get down on the fucking ground.
A Flick Life 2 subscribed on Twitch with Prime. Thank you at A Flick Life 2. I don't know what you did with A Flick Life 1. And whether or not you're an imposter, but welcome to hell. Welcome to all the hells. And okay, let's go ahead and get into Chuck Jacobs' interview.
But when I finally experienced enough things that I could no longer deny it, it was real, it was happening. Hello everyone, my name...
This is pretty quiet for me. I don't know what it's like for everybody else. Is there a way I can increase the volume? Please, Plixipux.
My name is Chuck Jacobs, and I'm a squatcher.
I have max volume on everything for Brave browser. I don't know. It probably sounds way louder for you than it does for... Wait a second, is it my mic? Is this better?
To tell you a little bit about myself,
No.
I'm 75 years old. I'm a retired fire chief and with about 44 years in the fire service. After I retired, I was looking for stuff that interested me, and I have a wide variety of interests. I've always been interested in fringy subjects. I've always been interested in ghosts and the paranormal and flying saucers and
You're just like me, for real, for real.
all that kind of thing. But after I retired, I finally had the time to actually devote for that. So I got started on my Bigfoot odyssey, if you will. I got started in that around when the TV show Finding Bigfoot came out in 2009. Seemed like kind of an interesting lark, and I kind of watched that. And I spent quite a bit of time out in the woods. I had 9 Jeeps over my lifetime, and I was a Jeeper, and I spent a lot of time just out going places in my Jeep. And so this seemed like just another good reason to get out in the woods. And so anyway, I started wondering if it was true. I was skeptical. My whole life I've been kind of a nuts and bolts guy, and if it breaks, you weld it. And I didn't think there could possibly that big.
This guy is based as fuck. He believes in God. He prays. He thanks the Lord for the day every single day. He's a fixer. He's a right to repairer. He's a lifesaver as a fire chief. He's a Elamau spooky ghost, big feats enjoyer. He's based. This is gonna be me in like, how do you say 70? It's gonna be me in like 50 years.
Bigfoot could possibly be real. So I was the ultimate skeptic, but I also was open-minded, and so I thought it was just a good excuse to get out in the woods. So I started doing my research, and I came upon the BFRO website, and I found out that where I lived, which by the way, I live in a little town called Payson in the mountains of central Arizona, just underneath the Mogollon Rim, and found out that that area was considered a hot spot. So I thought, oh, cool, that'd be something I can do. So I went out and I started learning what I could, and I started researching and trying to figure out. And of course, I was looking for undiscovered apes at that time. Well, I picked an area up on top of the Mogollon Rim that I thought had everything that I was told that Sasquatch the animal would need. And that was a good supply of fresh water, an ample food supply, plenty of cover to hide, and someplace where they wouldn't be bothered by the likes of us. So I picked an area that I thought would work. I made 3 day trips up there to learn the area very, very clearly. And so I knew where the canyons went. I knew the vegetation. Then I decided it was time to go do something in the dark. So I talked to another old retired fire guy friend of mine who's pretty low maintenance in the woods. I talked him into going with me. And we went up and we spent an afternoon checking to make sure we were the only people in the area, that there were no other campers. And then we picked a spot that we thought would be a good spot. And we set up camp for the night. And I didn't know anything. So my whole thought was that I was just going to sit and listen and see if I heard anything. Well, about 9:30 that night, out of nowhere, got a wood knock. Now, there's absolutely nothing else out.
No, it's a wood bunk, like that one guy said. A wood bunkie. Right? At bunkie.
Out there that would make that noise. About 20 minutes later, we got a vocalization. And between those two things, that changed my life forever and started me on the road that I'm at now. I've been doing this now for about 13 years. The first 6 years of it, I was up looking for undiscovered apes. And I was out banging on trees and howling in the dark and running around with the night vision trying to find something. And I had a relative degree of success. I had them approach me. I had them breaking sticks. I got screamed at. But I thought there had to be something more to that. So after about 6 years, I started paying attention to what a group out of the Pacific Northwest was doing. And they weren't looking for undiscovered apes, or like we say, they were looking for monkeys. They were looking for people. And so I changed my whole research methodology. And I went out there and I started looking for people. And everything changed overnight. I learned about zapping. I had my first sighting. I learned about mind speak, and I started having mind speak. Now we're sitting 13 years later. There's a small group of us. It's kind of an unofficial group. And we all go out together, not always all of us. But
his group, by the way, is called the Arizona Four, because he likes probably Lord of the Rings. So the Arizona Four have departed from Mordor to go find more big feats.
But we go out either by ourselves or with some of our group, and we have had some of the most incredible experiences you can possibly imagine. what we found out, and I guess the best way to do it is I do public presentations on this, and I tell people that I want to tell them 3 things. Number 1, the Bigfoot people are real. Sasquatch people are real. They are just as real as you and I. Number 2, they are not some kind of an undiscovered ape. They're a people. They operate a lot like a First Nations Indian tribe. The elders are in charge. They have language, they have names, they have families, they have society, they have culture.
Society.
Their lifespan is approximately 3 times ours, which means that the ones of the elders now, they were adults when we white Anglo-Europeans first came to the area. We are the gophers in their yard. We moved into their home and we started busting up the furniture, building our towns and our roads and our industrial facilities and our garbage dumps. So a lot of the elders don't like us much, and they move into very, very remote areas so they don't have to deal with us. And what's the number 3 thing? Even though they're a people, they are not people like us. They're a different kind of people. They're not the same type of life form that we are. And what that means is that they routinely can do things that we consider to be impossible. One of the things they do is they manipulate light so that we cannot see them. If you stop and think about it, it's pretty easy to hide when you're...
Yeah, I think that's one of the things I forgot that he mentioned once or twice. That might fall into the cloaking as well. I wonder if that could also explain the balls of light flying around in the forest and in people's yards that are not birds, that are not bats, that are not animals, that are not other possible explainable things that Les Stroud has said he saw during Big Feet's expeditions. It does also seem to line up with several other encounters, several episodes of Sasquatch Chronicles in which people have stated 2, maybe 3 things. One of them, the key one being that it's that when they look in the direction of where they believe the big feet are, it looks like it absorbs the light. Additionally, they say it might be the same thing that they're describing, but they're describing it 2 different ways. It might be that one, that it looks like they're absorbing the light, or 2, it looks blacker than the black around it. Is that because it's just that dark, or is it because it's absorbing the light? Interesting things to consider. And then this one story I heard like a month ago. I was doing the dishes and listening to it. This military guy with like 4 or 5 other adults were running like a Boy Scout kind of thing out in the woods, and then it was nighttime, and around their camp some big feet were making super duper spooky sounds. They grabbed their shotguns and their rifles, and he said that it looked as if I mentioned before the sphere. Like if we're in Blender, if we're in Overwatch or Apex Legends, there are certain abilities that are like a sphere. And so I think that the way he described it made me imagine a sphere like this, in which it's dark and the big feats, let's say gameplay wise, the big feats through this sphere of blindness, let's call it, at the camp. And so the guys inside the camp, the tree line that he used to be able to see, he could no longer see. The sky, the moonlight, whatever he mentioned that he could see before, he was unable to see it. Is that because they have this blinding ability, this shroud ability, this ability to manipulate light? Or was it just his adrenaline being super duper high and he was tunnel vision so hard on the sounds because he couldn't see anything to begin with because it was so dark? Is it the adrenaline and his tunnel vision and just his internal human animal body parts and his hormones firing the way they should be in a flight or fight or freeze situation? Or was it because the big feet can control the lights? That's one of the key things. Let me go ahead and bring that back up into my big feet notes. Whereabouts is my seeing spooky investigations. Okay, let's type this into Obsidian. Let's grab all my stuff. Let's grab the link. This is Chuck Jacobs. What is this channel called? A Flash of Beauty. A Flash of Beauty interview. It is a 6:48. Big feet can manipulate. Let's say that's his words. Manipulate light.
They're invisible. But in order for us to be able to see them, they actually are garbage dumps. So a lot of the elders don't like us much. And they move into very, very remote areas so they don't have to deal with us. And what's the number 3 thing? Even though they're people, they are not people like us. They're a different kind of people. They're not the same type of life form that we are. And what that means is that they routinely can do things that we consider to be impossible. One of the things they do is they manipulate light so that we cannot see them. If you stop and think about it, it's pretty easy to hide when you're invisible. But in order for us to be able to see them, they actually have to do something. We think they slow down their vibrational intensity, but we're not 100% sure that's right. The other thing they can do is they can move incredibly fast through very heavy brush without making a sound. And by fast, I mean 40 miles an hour. We've seen them do it. They leave tracks when they want to. They make noise when they want to. You will see them at the time and place of their choosing. They communicate with us most often by mind speak. And what's mind speak? It's just another name for telepathy. The interesting thing about mind speak is that nobody can prove that you're hearing it, but then again, you can't prove to anybody that you are either. So it's very easy for somebody to just write you off, or if they experience it themselves, it's very easy for them just to kind of shake their head and say, you know, where did that thought come from? And that happens a lot, way more than you might imagine. So those are my 3 things that I tell everybody. Once you know.
Obviously, the problem with these things is that there's no way to quantify it, to verify it from a distance. You'd have to go yourself, see if you can confirm whether or not that happens. But I'm pretty sure those 99% of people who I'm pretty sure I've mentioned are hesitant and afraid of the woo-woo stuff probably wouldn't bother. They're like, it's just some stupid old guy, some stupid big feeders, redneckers, trying to waste my time to go into the woods. It's just a bunch of white guys who want to go eat hot dogs and grill and drink beer out in the woods because they got no technologies and they is not the smarts because they is rednecks. That's probably what they assume.
That they're there. They have a term for that. And the term they use for that is that you are awake.
Yeah, he did mention that before, that you are woke if you are aware of the big feats. Oh, I forgot to mention, he did also bring up the fact that the big feats can tag you if you are woke. They can tag you and or probably also an object. And they can follow you home, and if they want to continue investigating you. That's another one of his claims.
And once that you are awake to the fact that they even exist, and that they're all around us and they're everywhere. Once that you're awake, at that point, then it's time for you to start building trust with them. And trust and respect is everything. Once they decide that they can trust you, you're not going to try to shine a light at them. You're not going to try to take their picture.
Yeah, that's the one thing. That's the key thing, according to him, as to how they would be willing to show themselves to you and communicate with you. You have to not approach them, or you have to not come into the area with lights, with cameras, with guns, basically with anything that will prevent you from taking their picture, which probably explains the lack of pictures. If he's world building, if he's making all of this up, if that's part of the joke, like, okay, let's lay out these ground rules as to why the big feet are so hard to see, so hard to hear, so hard to take pictures of, so hard to prove that they exist. Let's world build around all of those things, and and let's make the rule be that the big feet will only like you and show themselves to you, make their presence known to you, obviously, and build a relationship with you if you have zero interest whatsoever in shining a light at them, in taking their picture, in recording their sounds, anything like that. So that is also something he's mentioned before.
They do not like cameras. It has something to do with their spiritual beliefs. Once they decide that you're not going to try to take their picture, you're not going to try to shine a bright light at them, you're not going to try to hurt one, we call that no cameras, no lights, no guns. At that point, they start trusting you. And once they start trusting you, they will accept you and they will tag you. And once you're tagged, and these are terms they use, once you're tagged, no matter where you go, they know who you are. The local ones will know who you are. I've tested that theory in 6 Western states and found it to be true. I had contact with one up in Montana, and she knew that I was who I said I was. Very, very interesting. I have now my list on my phone of the ones that I have met and know by name is right around 100 individuals. Names, they use 3 names. They have their formal name, they have their nickname that their family calls them, and then they have a name that they might just pick out of the sky when they're dealing with you, just because it's an easy name for you to remember. I thought that was pretty unusual at first, but then I got to thinking, well, my given name is Charles. Everybody calls me Chuck, and my wife calls me Honey when she's not calling me other things. So basically, we do the same thing. To give you an example of some of the names, I'm familiar with one whose nickname that they refer to him, and that's the name that his family group refers to him, and they call him Fullback. I've never seen him. That's because the big wide shoulders probably resemble a football player in pads. I had another one in New Mexico. When I asked him what his name was, he told me that his name was Tom. I don't for a minute think that his name is really Tom. I think that was what he told me, just so that I have something easy to remember, so that I knew what I could call him. And I had contact with him over 3 different nights in a little town in New Mexico. We have several research locations we go to. Sometimes we go by ourselves, but more often than not, we'll go at least 2 of us. And the reason for that is not so much for safety, because let's face it, we've sat out in the dark so much. If these were the bloodthirsty monsters that some people would have you believe, I'd have been dead a long time ago. But no, they're very loving. They're very spiritual people. The reason why we go out with more than one of us.
Hello, Sarah and Peace. Welcome to hell. How are you today?
Quite simply, is for confirmation. Because if we see something or we hear something and more than one of us experiences it, that way we know it's not just us and making it up somehow in our head. We've obviously been accused of that. I've got people that have known me for 30 years that absolutely think that I'm Looney Tunes and that they're going to come haul me away sometime. I spent 44 years in the fire service, and 34 of that I was a responder, and then eventually I got into fire prevention and fire education, teaching at community college level. But the fire business is it's a pretty down-to-earth business, and everything is kind of black and white. The bell rings, you climb on the truck, you go over to wherever the emergency's happening, and you try to take care of the emergency.
Oh, fuck it.
Whether that means...
I saved these in the incorrect order. It's supposed to be reversed. 3 is supposed to be 1. 2 is 2. 1 is supposed to be 3, and then another one's got to be 4. Okay. 1 second, let me fix it.
Squirting water on the fire, or that means taking care of somebody that has a heart attack, or getting somebody out of a wrecked car, whatever it takes, you know how to do it. But it's pretty black and white. I use the term when it breaks, you weld it. Well, if you go over there and you do what you got to do to make it better. Now, firefighters aren't magicians. They can't unburn things. They can't bring the dead back from the life, although occasionally paramedics do that. They can't push the explosion back in the tank. But our job was always to go and make things better, and it's pretty much a hands-on thing, and it doesn't fit in with some of the warm and fuzzy beliefs and some of the paranormal stuff, because what you deal with is not paranormal, it's there every day. So it took me a long time to...
You killed your wyvern wife. You're playing Skyrim?
Come around to the possibility that what I was experiencing could be real. And I denied it in my own head for a long time before finally I had enough experiences under my belt.
All right.
We use the term connect the dots.
I guess that is a pretty good game for people who are into beings who are not exactly quite human.
Every experience we had was a dot. And when you get enough dots and you connect enough dots, the picture starts becoming clearer. And I'm still receiving dots to this day. And the picture becomes clearer every time I learn something new. Being a firefighter, I thought pretty much that I knew how the world worked and how everything worked. I went through a radical change when I started understanding that the Sasquatch people were real and they were out there. Because that was totally against everything I had believed my whole life. None of this stuff was possible, but here, what was I doing? I was sitting out in the middle of the dark night, and I was seeing and I was experiencing the impossible. And but it took me quite a while to finally accept that. I finally did. My partner accepted it long before I did, and finally I just threw up my hands and surrendered to it. It was real, and there's no way I could deny it. There was no way I could rationalize it. So where can they be found? The short answer, folks, is everywhere, around the world. If you go to China, they're called the Aren. If you go to Russia, they're called the Almas or the Almasti. Down in the Himalayas, of course, they're the Yeti. If you go down to the jungles of Brazil, they're called the Mapinguari. If you go down to the Southeast Asia, they're called the Arang Pendek. If you go to Australia, they're called the Yowie. There are names for them everywhere.
Wait, hang on a second. The Australian Yowie? They're the ones making all the Yowie mangas? Australia Yowie. I thought he said Yahweh, but no, he said Yowie. Let's see, here's the wiki page. Yowie. Yowie is one of several names for an Australian folklore entity that is reputed to live in the outback. The creature has its roots in Aboriginal oral history. In parts of Queensland, they are known as Quinkin, or as a type of Quinkin, and as Jugabina. In parts of New South Wales, they are called Gendering. I think I've heard that before. Gendering, Jurawara, Mingawan, Putikan, Dulaga, Gulaga, and Sulaga. Other names include Yahweh. It does sound like Yahweh. I guess that's supposed to be part of the meme. Okay. Yowie-type creatures are common in Aboriginal Australian legends, particularly in eastern Australian states. The Yowie is usually described as a bipedal, hairy, and ape-like mythical creature standing upright at between 2.1 meters, 6 feet 11, and 3.6 meters, 12 feet. The Yowie's feet are described as much larger than the humans, but alleged Yowie tracks are inconsistent in shape and toe number, and the descriptions of Yowie foot and footprints provided by Yowie witnesses are even more varied than those of Bigfoot. The Yowie's nose is described as wide and flat. Behaviorally, some report the Yowie as timid or shy. Others describe the Yowie as sometimes violent or aggressive. What? Is a spooky looks like a demon. I'll post this in the the Spooky Monsters Aliens channel in my server. Unseen World. What's that there? I didn't know you guys had big feats at Oofy. The origin of the name Yowie is described to describe unidentified Australian hominids is unclear. The term was used in 1875 among the Kamilaroi people and documented in Reverend William Ridley's Kamilaroi and Other Australian Languages. Yowie is the spirit that roams over the earth at night. Interesting. Prominent Yowie hunters. Rex Gilroy. Since the mid-1970s, paranormal enthusiast Rex Gilroy, a self-employed cryptozoologist, attempted to popularize the Yowie. Gilroy claimed to have collected over 3,000 reports of them and proposed that they comprise a relict proportion of extinct ape or Homo species. Rex Gilroy believed that the Yowie is related to the North American Bigfoot. Along with his partner, Heather Gilroy, Gilroy spent 50 years amassing his Yowie collection. When they make my Wikipedia page, it's gonna say, Knight, Clay... Where is it? Yowie collection? Knight spent 50 years amassing her Yowie collection. Rex Gilroy died in April 2023. 1 year ago. It's a sign. 1 year ago this month. I wasn't aware that the Australians had a big feats as well. That is fun information to know.
Everywhere. But if you come back to it, the description is usually pretty close to the same. If you could manipulate light so that you could be invisible to people, it's pretty darn easy to hide. And, we don't know how many of them there are. We theorize that there may be as many of them as there are of us. We don't know that. We have no way of telling that. They haven't told us that. How do we communicate with them? Normally it is by mind speak. They do have the capability when they're in their full solid form, and they can change forms. They don't have to obey our laws of physics. They have laws of physics of their own. But when they're in their full solid form, they have vocal cords. But they're different than ours. Their speech is very, very low and very guttural. And they talk very fast, and when there's a group of them, they'll all be talking at the same time. And somehow they manage to sort that out. It makes it very difficult for us to follow what they're saying. We know a few words in their language, but we don't know enough. Their language, by the way, is like our language. It includes a lot of words that are picked up from other languages, from other human languages. They have words in their language that are picked up from the various Native American dialects. There's some Navajo words. There's some, we know one of our people has been named and was given a name that was a Great Lakes Indian term. There's Spanish words in there. Is there Spanish words in our language? Sure. Siesta, mañana, there's a lot of Spanish words that have found their way into the English language. It's the same thing with their language. So when if they talk to us verbally, and they have, what they normally do is they'll normally only say 2 or 3 words. And that's not for their benefit, it's for ours. Now they are bigger, stronger, faster, and smarter than we are. Their intellect is a lot broader than ours. We think we are the absolute apex species on the planet. Folks, I'm telling you, we're not. Okay, as I said before, we're kind of like the gophers in their yard. And we go in there, we make a heck of a mess, and they got to try to stay out of our way. And For the most part, they put up with us. Occasionally they rebel. We've actually had them at times tell us they don't want us to record audio. We've also had them, I used to run a dash cam in my van, and it plugged into the cigarette lighter. And one of the places that we go that we nicknamed Crazy Town because of all the stuff that's happened there, I pulled in there one afternoon and I forgot to unplug my dash cam. And so about 3 or 4 hours later, I went back to get something out of the van and I saw the little LED light on, so I knew I'd unplugged. And so I unplugged it. And a little bit later, they came and asked us about that. They expressed concern that we had the camera running. So after I told them it was an accident, I forgot to unplug it. And we made them a promise. We promised them that we would never harm them. We would never try to take their picture. We would never try to shine a bright light on them. We asked them one time about the camera thing and why they were so dead set against cameras. And we were told that they had rules against that. And so I asked them, I said, well, who made those rules? And we were told the Creator. Well, I'm certainly not going to argue with that. There are certain peoples who believe that if
he's going to say the meme that a camera's going to steal your soul. He's going to say it.
If you take a picture with their camera, take a picture of them with a camera, it somehow captures their soul or something.
I told you.
I don't know if this is part of their belief in that regard or what the reasoning is, but they absolutely do not want to have anything to do with cameras. That doesn't mean that they're infallible. Every once in a while, one of them will get caught on a camera.
Like
or
Patty.
Once in a while, the Patterson-Gimlin film being a good example, the Patterson-Gimlin film, that one deliberately allowed herself to be seen for some kind of a reason. And there's all kinds of speculation about what those reasons are. We don't have time to go into those stories here. I guess a good story is we have a place that we routinely go to that we've nicknamed Hilltop. And squatchers will have their favorite place that they like to go. And they're kind of like fishermen. They'll tell you what lake they went to, but they won't tell you exactly where their fishing spot is. The reality is that for the most part, it doesn't make any difference because these things range far and wide. And so you don't have to go to the exact same spot because they move around. And but anyway, the spot we call Hilltop, one night one of our guys had seen a movement in the trees and thought was pretty sure that they'd seen one, but not enough that you could swear on the Bible and court of law that was what it was. Well, my partner and I were sitting out. We had 3 of us there, and one guy had gone to bed. And the partner and I were sitting out, and in order to keep track of the landmarks around when you're sitting in the dark, and the only thing you can navigate by is the starlight in the sky, well, you make nicknames for landmarks. And where we sit up there at Hilltop, we have 2 large pine trees that we nicknamed the goalposts. And we have a lot of activity right around where the goalposts are. And so my partner and I are sitting there, and it's not really that late, maybe 10 o'clock at night. And all of a sudden, I see one plain as day walking left to right between the goalposts. And I said to my partner, I said, between the goalposts, I see it. And we both watched this individual walk from left to right, probably a total of 6 or 7 steps before it went behind some bushes where we couldn't see the individual anymore. So I called out, and I called out verbally. I said, we can see you over there. What's your name? And the name we got back, I thought that the name that I got back was Wren, like the bird, a wren. And so I came back and I said, was that Wren? And came back and clarified, Wren. She just said it very fast and sounded like a female in mind speak. And so I said, are you male or female? Female. So can you tell me how old you are? Old. Very sarcastic. Old. Well, we've seen Rayanne a number of times, and we've had contact with her a number of times up there. One of the other ones later on told us that she's 90, which fits right into the lifespan 3 times as long as ours that we've been told. One of our people had mine speak with her one night and said, "I'd certainly like to see you. Is there any way that I can actually see you?" And she came back and she told him, "I'm not allowed. They have rules. They're not allowed to violate those rules." Does that mean they don't always do that? No, every once in a while they do. The young ones, once in a while, we'll get the young ones, and we try not to get them in trouble. We don't want to get them in trouble. We had little ones one time, and we said, we don't want to get you in trouble, but we'd sure like to talk to you. And had a little one come back and say, "We can say hi." And just the cutest darn thing. And we've had the little ones come, and we leave chairs out. And we had little ones come cloaked and come sit next to us. And how do we know they're there? Because it's a distortion. You can see the distortion. You train yourself to look for that. If any of you have ever watched the movie Predator, it's very, very similar to that. In that movie, there's an alien that can somehow mask his appearance to the point where he's kind of a shimmering image, if you will. And we've seen them in that shimmering image form. We call it cloaked, and just because that's the term everybody uses. We don't particularly like that term, but we use it because everybody identifies with that. But we've seen them in that shimmering image form more times than we can count. You don't see them in the full solid form very often. But it's very, very common to see them in shimmering image form. And once you train yourself to look for that, they're actually pretty easy to see. When do we see them? We see them right at dusk. We call it the witching hour, between the time the sun goes down and it gets dark out. And there's a time when you can still see pretty good, and that's the time they start coming around. In our experience, we don't have to stay up until 1, 2 in the morning. Usually they'll come around and they'll be around us for an hour and a half, and then they go do whatever they do, and they're done with us for the night. Sometimes they'll come right out and they'll tell us, "Go to bed." But a lot of times what they'll do is they'll just make us tired and cold. Now, a lot...
I do believe he's mentioned that. Yes, actually he has. He's mentioned an instance in which he was prying too hard, asking too many questions to a big feet or whatever. He was being impatient, and he wanted to experience a certain mind speak or something. And then he did say that he was basically punished by a big feet. I don't know if it was something like gave him a headache, or he got super duper cold and he had to stay inside his RV, laying in bed. No matter what he did, he couldn't warm up. Something like that. So yeah, I guess similar to the spooky ghosts, who can do cold spots and such. In this case, there's also the they can fuck with your the way you read temperature. Maybe I'm not exactly sure how that would be described, but that's what he says. And I think I'm probably done with this one. Maybe. Oh no, I still gotta do the outermost shadow. Yeah, I gotta do this. Dark blue.
A lot of times when you're up in the mountains at night, it gets cold, especially if you're sitting still and not moving around. But you can tell, we all bundle up. We wear Arctic gear at night and that kind of thing. But all of a sudden, when we're chilled to the bone in spite of everything that we're wearing, and all of us at the same time, like somebody flipped a switch, we know that that's them telling us that they want us to go to bed. Now, sometimes we'll ask them, "Will you please stop doing that? Will you please make us warm again?" And sometimes they'll do that. But sometimes that's just their way of telling us they want us to go to bed. What do they do when we go to bed? Man, likely as not, they come right into our camp. We'll hear the footsteps. Sometimes we'll hear them messing around, looking at stuff on our table. We've had them open and close the ice chest. We've left stuff out for them. Gifting is a big thing. Some squatchers are really big into gifting, and we tried that for a while. But if you're dealing with somebody with the mental capacity of them, you don't want to insult them by thinking that you're going to leave them a donut and everything's going to be wonderful. All right, that's insulting to them. Now, what we still do though is we'll bring the pastries for their little ones. And a lot of times what we use are the little white powdered sugar donuts. So why do we use those, you might ask? It's pretty simple. If you leave those out, and if a critter, a squirrel, a skunk, a bird, something like that, goes and gets them, they'll chew them up right there and leave a heck of a mess. We can't hardly eat them without making a heck of a mess. If it's
I could do it. My mouth is big enough to get it all in one gulp. I just choose not to.
one of our forest friends that come and get them, they have an opposable thumb. They just pick it up and it's gone. And that does two things. Number one is the little young ones, especially at the place we call Crazy Town, they like them. And then we can tell when they just disappear and there's not a bunch of crumbs on the stump, or there's not a bunch of crumbs on the ground underneath the stump, then we know it wasn't another animal that got them. We know it was one of them. And they just picked it up and walked off with it, popped it in their mouth just like we do. You know, the area where I live up here, it's called the Mogollon Rim. And what it is, it's the south edge of the Colorado Plateau, and it's about a 1,000-foot cliff face. And down here in town, we're at about 5,000 foot elevation. The top of the Mogollon Rim is at just under 8,000 feet. And what that means is that the weather's a lot different up there than it is down here. But what it also means is that we're the closest high mountain recreation area to Metro Phoenix, and Metro Phoenix has 4 million people. And what that means is that there's very, very heavy camping presence up here on weekends, especially the holiday weekends. People come up here from the city and they want to go camping. And so they go up there and they set up their tent and they start their campfire and they play their music loud and they have their Coleman lantern on and they're about 2/3 of the way through their third six-pack. And are they paying attention to their surroundings? No, they're not. But what's happening there is the Sasquatch people are just out of range of their light, and they're watching every movement they make. They put camp watchers on virtually every camp. There's always a camp watcher, and they're paying attention to what you're doing. Well, if people are not being good stewards of the land, as many of the city people aren't, that doesn't make our species look particularly good. But that's how they learn about us. Remember, they don't have internet. They don't have TV, although I've actually had them standing outside my travel trailer watching movies through the back window. They've told us they're doing that. So they do occasionally do that. But
would it be better if I let them download the Lord of the Rings trilogy from my head? Or should I take in a 50-inch OLED out there so they can watch for themselves and see that I'm not a liar, that I'm not making it up? Which one do you guys think is better?
But but all these people are totally oblivious to what's going on around them. There's one particular area up there where one family group has probably a group of teenagers, and they have one that we refer to as a camp screamer. And what that individual does, and we don't know if it's a young male or young female, we don't know which, but they'll come into a camp at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they'll let loose with a loud, blood-curdling scream and wake the whole camp up like some kind of a 30-foot tall woman being tortured, and scare the living daylights out of all the campers. They have great fun doing that. Their young people are a lot like our young people. Long-distance hikers, a lot of them will tell stories about hearing rustling in the brush on either side of them when they're hiking, sticks breaking, pine cones being thrown at them. Little story I will tell you is there was 2 of our female researchers, and both of them fit that description. They were walking in an area, and I'd been up there camping with them the previous couple of nights. But then I had to come back to town because I was still working at the college and I had a class to teach. And so I left and went back home. And they went to check out an area where they hadn't been before, that we had heard about it. And so they went to look at it, and they were walking down a closed road. And all of a sudden they started getting the bushes being shook on both sides of them. The one lady she was actually retired law enforcement, and she wasn't scared of the devil himself, but it scared her. And so they turned around, and they were about half a mile or so from their vehicle, and so they started walking back, trying to act like they weren't scared, and they were paralleled, one on each side of them, all the way back to their vehicle. Well, they got back to the vehicle, and then they got braver, and so they decided to leave gifts out, and they had some granola bars. And so they left 4 granola bars on a log, and when they laid the 4th one down, the one lady held it up, and she talked to them. She said, "These are for you. We're your friends. We're leaving these for you." And the minute she said that, all of a sudden they got bombarded with little pieces of wood and pine cones. We're getting thrown at them from all directions. I had no idea how many of them were actually there doing that. But of course, then they left. Well, as soon as they got to a location where they had cell signal, they called me. And I was done teaching my class. I was actually home eating lunch, and they said, "You'll never guess what happened." And they had me on speakerphone, and they're all excited. So I said, "Well, I'll meet you up there." So I grabbed a friend of mine, and we went jetting up there. So they told me where this had happened at, and they were in the process of breaking camp. They both had to go home. And so my friend and I went back over there, and with some difficulty, we lost the trail once, but then we figured out where they were meant us to go, and we found the spot. And all the granola bars were gone, but I actually did find one granola bar wrapper, and it had been pulled open from the sides. Now, any of us that opens a granola bar, we're going to open it from the end. This was pulled open side to side, and the granola bar, of course, was gone. Didn't find anything else. None of the other wrappers were there. But that one wrapper was kind of left there for us to find. And I carry that around with me to this day. So where we're located right now is
Wow, look at this weirdo. He carries a granola bar wrapper around him 24/7 everywhere he goes. Who is this crazy guy?
Located in the Rim Country Museum in Payson, Arizona. And part of the local lore here in the Payson area is what we call the Mogollon Monster. So what is the Mogollon Monster? Well, the story dates back to during the war, during 1944-45, and there was a group of Boy Scouts that had hiked down into a remote area. And what they went down there for is they went down there to change the punch tape on a stream measuring station. And in those days, of course, they had a roll of paper, and it would punch and tell you what the level of the stream would be. And every so often, somebody would have to go down there and change that roll of paper. So that's what they went down there to do, but they were going to make an overnighter out of it. Well, as they were hiking down, a couple of the Boy Scouts caught glimpses of what they thought was another person down there at a distance. And a person dressed in dark clothing, and they just caught glimpses of them here and there. But after they all got set up camp and had dinner and settled in for the night in their sleeping bags, all of a sudden, a large, bipedal, hair-covered, foul-smelling creature comes storming into their camp, screaming at the top of his lungs, scared the living daylights out of all of them, just terrorized them, broke into their food, spilled their pancake flour, ate their food, and just in general, they all thought they were going to die. But basically, after doing that, it stormed out of the camp and ended up not hurting anybody. Well, the next morning, of course, as soon as it became daylight, they were scared to death. They never slept the rest of the night. So as soon as they had enough light, they packed up and got out of there. And so when they came back to town, they told their story about this creature. They didn't know who it was or what it was. Well, the term, this happened in 1944 or 45. There's an argument over which year it was. But the term Bigfoot hadn't been invented yet. The locals had never heard of the term Sasquatch. That was invented in 1927 up in British Columbia, and that was an Anglicization of the Salish Indian word Sasquatch, which basically means wild man. So they hadn't heard the term Sasquatch. The term that they used here, the very, very few times that somebody actually seen one, they referred to them as mountain apes. But after this incident, they coined the term the Mogollon Monster. So the Mogollon Monster is the local version of Sasquatch. And obviously we've learned that they're not really a monster. This one was just probably a young one having fun, terrorizing the humans. Were there encounters in the early days here? Yeah, there were. One of the reasons when I first started doing this, one of the reasons why I decided to go public on what I was doing, was because I wanted to start collecting stories. And I knew that nobody was going to tell me their story unless they knew I wanted to hear it. So I went public about what I was doing, and sure enough, I picked up a few stories, not as many as you would think. And I think the reason behind that is that when in the late 1870s, when we first white Anglo-Europeans started coming into this area, this was Apache country. And the Apaches were very warlike people. They even fought among themselves. And they didn't like the white man coming in. They didn't like us much. And so what that meant is that the early white settlers that came in here, they were all pretty trigger happy. They were all armed to the teeth. They also did not consider the Apaches to be human. They considered them to be in the level of coyotes. And so for a long time, they would shoot them on sight. I'm sure the Sasquatch people knew that. And so, we were wild-eyed, crazy, trigger-happy humans. And so the best thing for them to do would be just stay away from us, ignore us. And there are a few stories that came out from the early settlers here, but not as many as you might think. But the presence of them, of course, they were here. They've been here for a long time, long before we came. They're an older species than we are. Changing topic a little bit, let me talk for a minute about the wood knocks. Now, they don't walk around carrying clubs. The wood knock sound that they make, we're not 100% sure how they make that, but they.
I thought it did sound like he was choking, but no, I think that's the pronunciation. The legitimate pronunciation.
Not as many as you would think.
It does sound like he's choking, though.
And I think the reason behind that, encounters in the early, but after this, the term, this happened in 1944 or 45. There's an argument over which year it was. But the term Bigfoot hadn't been invented yet. The locals had never heard of the term Sasquatch. That was invented in 1927 up in British Columbia. And that was an Anglicization of the Salish Indian word Sasquatch, which basically means wild man.
Yeah, no, he's doing it on purpose. I'm pretty sure that's the pronunciation.
27 up in British Columbia, and that was an Anglicization of the Salish Indian word Sasquatch, which basically means wild man. So they hadn't heard the term Sasquatch. The term that they used here, the very, very few times that somebody actually seen one, they referred to them as mountain apes. But after this incident, they coined the term the Mogollon monster. So the Mogollon monster, Mogollon monster, is the local version of Sasquatch. And obviously we've learned that they're not really a monster. This one was just probably a young one having fun, terrorizing the humans. Were there encounters in the early days here? Yeah, there were. One of the reasons when I first started doing this, one of the reasons why I decided to go public on what I was doing, was because I wanted to start collecting stories. And I knew that nobody was going to tell me their story unless they knew I wanted to hear it. So I went public about what I was doing, and sure enough, I picked up a few stories, not as many as you would think. And I think the reason behind that is that
less frames, maybe.
Late 1870s, when we first white Anglo-Europeans started coming into this area, this was Apache country. And the Apaches were very warlike people. They even fought among themselves. And they didn't like the white man coming in. They didn't like us much. And so what that meant is that the early white settlers that came in here, they were all pretty trigger happy. They were all armed to the teeth. They also did not consider the Apaches to be human. They considered them to be in the level of coyotes. And so for a long time, they would shoot them on sight. I'm sure the Sasquatch people knew that. And so, we were wild-eyed, crazy, trigger-happy humans. And so the best thing for them to do would be just stay away from us, ignore us. And there are a few stories that came out from the early settlers here, but not as many as you might think. But the presence of them, of course, they were here. They've been here for a long time, long before we came. They're an older species than we are. Changing topic a little bit, but let me talk for a minute about the wood knocks. Now, they don't walk around carrying clubs. The wood knock sound that they make, we're not 100% sure how they make that, but they have the ability to mimic a great many different sounds. I've got a number of stories about them mimicking sounds. But they don't walk around with a club. If you go out in the area that we go into, the predominant tree species is ponderosa pine, which is a softwood, and it's pretty hard to find one of those that'll make a good wood knock sound anyway. So and I've made wood knocks and gotten answers back immediately. Well, I know they don't walk around carrying a club, so how did they do that? Well, they make that sound. The rock click sound. The Apaches say that the hairy man will click two rocks together. Well, what we think that is that's part of their language. Part of their language involves clicks and pops. And there's a lot of people, campers, that heard sounds during the night, and they say it sounds like rocks clicking together or popping sounds. Well, what that is that's probably them, and they're conversing back and forth among themselves, and the part that you hear is the clicking and popping sound. And that's a sound they make. What kind of other sounds they make? Well, we've heard them make machinery sounds. We've heard them, my partner had him playing tricks on him one night, and they made the sound of his wife's truck starting up in the middle of the night.
Okay, that's way too fast. I don't like the 6 frames. Fuck. It's the tricky part, finding the flow and rhythm of the animation. Unlucky.
Somebody was stealing the truck, and he run out there, and of course nobody was in the truck. It was locked up. And he knew what was happening, so his thing was to laugh and say, "Okay, guys, you got me." But they make all kinds of strange noises. We've heard them making human sounds. We've heard of we were at Crazy Town one night, and the little ones were there messing with us, and they were making little wildcat sounds. They sounded for all the world like little human kids trying to sound like wildcats. They're going meow, 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 and there'd be about.
What the heck is that, Flick? Meow! Meow! I'm a fucking cat! Meow!
10, 15 of them doing that all at once.
Right, Flick?
From one side, and then behind us. And then they started barking like dogs, and then they started oinking like pigs. And, they make all kinds of strange noises. We've heard them making human sounds. We've heard of we were at Crazy Town one night, and the little ones were there messing with us, and they were making little wildcat sounds. They sounded for all the world like little human kids trying to sound like wildcats. They're going meow, 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 and there'd be about 10, 15 of them doing that all at once, from one side and then behind us. And then they started barking like dogs, and then they started oinking like pigs. And, and we knew none of that stuff was there. And that was just their way of telling us that they were there. And, but they can mimic a lot of different sounds. If you're going to do what we do, the very first thing you have to do is, a lot of it is mental. It's getting your head in the right spot. First of all, it's extremely difficult when you've been taught something is a certain way your whole life to come to grips with the fact that everything you've been told your whole life about that is wrong. And as I said earlier, it took me a long time to come to grips with that myself. So the very first thing you've got to do is you have to open your mind to the fact that they're there. The other thing, and we've heard this from them many times, and what they are looking for is they are looking for people with an open mind and a good heart. And
okay, so 9 frames looks slightly too slow. 6 is a little too fast. 12 is too slow, and I believe 4 frames. I guess holding the frame, each frame for 4 frames, 4 seconds. This is 60 frames a second, right? Yes, 60 frames. No, 12 is a definite no. But 6 looks too fast. I guess I'll just stick with 9. If I don't like the way it ends up, I'll just adjust it later. Unlucky.
They can see your intent. They can look into your soul, so to speak, and they can tell. If you're a good person, they know. If you're not a good person, they know that too. If you're thinking that you're going to befriend them and then all of a sudden one day you're going to show up with an elephant gun and shoot one to prove they exist, they're going to know that, and you're never going to get anywhere with them. You have to do things on their terms. They're in charge. They will tell you what they want you to know when they want you to know it. They will feed you little bits of information as they do it. Sometimes they'll even give you what they term knowledge drops, and sometimes they'll do that while you're conscious and know what's going on, and sometimes they'll do it while you're asleep and you don't know what's going on. But I've had times when all of a sudden in the morning I woke up knowing something and I didn't know how I knew it. There's no way I can prove to anybody that happened, but there's also no way that anybody can prove it didn't. It's very easy when you start hearing voices in your head, it's very easy to question whether or not you're going crazy or not. And trust me, I've been there. But finally, I had it happen enough times under controlled enough environments, and it happened to enough of us. And it happened where we'd have 4 of us get the same thing at the same time, at the same instant, that we knew that we weren't coming up with that on our own. It was something that was being told to us. And when we finally opened up our minds to accept the mind speak and started accepting it, then we started getting it. I have them come to my house fairly commonly, not all the time, but commonly. I've had them been driving down the highway, and all of a sudden I can detect the presence, and I reach out in mind speak and find that there's a bunch of young ones sitting along the highway watching traffic go by because they like to do that. And that's happened in several different states. I've also run into situations, most notably up in Idaho in 2021. We pulled over. We're up there with our truck and travel trailer, my wife and I. And we pulled over to a big pullout because she needed to use the little room back in the trailer. And so
the little room.
I was standing at the foot of a heavily forested hillside, and I kind of just reached out and I said, "This looks like a good spot where you would live. Are any of you here?" And I got a very blunt return, and they said, "We don't want to talk to you." Okay, that particular group, for whatever reason, they didn't like us much. And they answered, they acknowledged they were there, but they told me in no uncertain terms they didn't want to talk to me. And I've had that happen other places as well. So every family group will have its own personality, if you will. I know of several places where they don't like humans, and they basically, I had a guy here not too long ago. I investigated one where a guy was hiking and he started up a little hill, and he got told in mind speak in no uncertain terms. He said something told him, a big powerful voice told him, "Get off my mountain." So what did he do? He turned around
are
and
you
left.
doing in my swamp? That's what he said, basically.
They don't universally like us. Could they harm us? Yes, they could. Have I heard the stories? Of course I have. Everybody's heard the stories. My personal experience is that they're very spiritual, they're very loving. They may try to intimidate us to achieve whatever goal they're trying to achieve. But if they wanted to hurt us, you could have a very large one literally walk up to you, and by the time you realized what was going on, they could rip you apart. I'm living testament that hasn't happened. I've spent a lot of time sitting in the dark and with them all around me, and I felt more love from them than I've ever felt hatred. That's just the short version of my story. I have a YouTube channel as well, and I invite you all to come and check it out. And my channel is just my name, Chuck Jacobs-Arizona. It's not totally a Bigfoot channel, but there's a lot of that stuff that's on there, and I welcome all of you to come and visit.
He didn't mention the download part. Maybe he forgot to leave his cedar on, so he forgot. Alright. I like it. However, the rate at which the lighting pulses, the amount of the change, not the speed, the amount of the change might be a bit too much. Maybe I'll pull back on it a little bit. I guess my playback resolution. Oh shit. There's a mistake. I drew outside the line. I feel like this might give people seizures for the few people who are a little too sensitive to it. And reducing the amount of the change of the light, blasting people, might fix that. Okay, let me go ahead and take the opportunity to practice with the Kuromi's lighting. But first, let's look at the comment here. He said that he was receiving a little bit of hate in the comments, but most people were pretty cool. So let's see if we can find something cool and nice over here. Stephen Hawking's 6389 says, 3 years ago, I thought the topic ridiculous. I now have 4 notebooks full of notes from experiences with these beings. Sasquatch is alive and well in Oconee County, South Carolina. This is the most epic paranormal interview that I have ever heard. Loads and loads of good information. Let's see. It's smart that the groups who say, "We don't want to talk to you," refrain from training their children that humans are safe to interact with. All us humans already know there are all kinds of us. Surprised face. No cameras, recording devices, bringing flashlights. You'll be amazed at the respect they give you. Janet Stonerook 4552 says, where's everyone who's commenting a Spartan? What the heck? We in our family have interacted with the clan of Janu people for decades. The family farm had a large fruit orchard, and my father had a large garden, grain fields, and corn. There were a few people in the woodlands, lots of caves, and abandoned mine shafts, and we have a big river a few miles on either side of the old homestead. I always knew there was something there following me when I'd go out to play by myself, especially in the huge orchard below the road. But I never saw them until I retired and moved back here by myself. The matriarch showed herself to me, and it turned out she was the one following me around all those years ago. She was trying to protect me. These beings are amazing in what they sense and what they can do. At most, have a funny sense of humor. Another thing that I have only ever heard once on Sasquatch Chronicles. I don't think the witness themselves had a laser pointer, but they had a flashlight or something. And then Wes at some point said that if you point a laser pointer at them, at the big feets, they stop dead in their tracks. I think that's all he said, and I don't think he specified or clarified how exactly they stop dead in their tracks, as in, does it like disable them, like when you grip a kitty by the back of the scruff in the back of the neck, does it like disable them? Are they afraid and they think it's the laser pointer from a gun? Are they curious and unsure what it is, and they have to stop to try to figure it out? Does it fuck with their eyes? I'm not sure. So I've only ever heard that one time. I've never heard anybody else mention anything about laser pointers and big feet. So that might be something to look into. Why does that happen? I would need to hear if anybody else has ever had any experience and use a laser pointer. Or maybe they're like a kitty and they want to chase it, but they can't chase it because it's hitting them. They're not going to punch a hole in themselves. The mics... I don't know what the YLV is. The Mike's YLV. I remember being frustrated that none of the theories for what Bigfoot was ever answered all the questions. They all had to leave something out or ignore something. That's very clunkily written. Then one day I had an idea how they were being so clever and insanely elusive. One day it came to me that they are telepathic. I thought, that's it. I thought I was so smart. Then I came across this guy called Mike from Canada, and he showed me that was the tip of the iceberg. Let's see what this guy has to say. So you're just going to write this before listening to the interview and then not come back and edit and say how much information Chuck Jacobs has? Okay, here is a pretty big comment, which will be the last one we'll read, since it seems like it's got quite a lot of information. The Midnight Rider, it's mid-night, as in a medieval night. The Midnight Rider says the beings that most humans refer to as Sasquatch or Bigfoot greatly dislike both of those labels. They are known amongst their own kind as the Xanu people, XANU, X-ray Alpha November Uniform people, and they are the most genuinely indigenous humanoids currently living within this earthly realm, as they exist in total harmony and balance with nature. However, they are also very intelligent, and not only are they capable of speaking our language, though rarely do, they are extraordinarily telepathic and clairvoyant, psychic. I don't think clairvoyance necessarily means psychic as much as foresight, I believe. It can encompass psychic powers, but I think primarily it is the ability of foresight. Clairvoyance. Wikipedia. Clairvoyance is the claimed ability to acquire information that would be considered impossible to get through scientifically proven sensations, thus classified as extrasensory perception or sixth sense. Any person who is claimed to have such ability is said to be a clairvoyant, one who sees clearly. Claims for the existence of paranormal and psychic abilities such as clairvoyance have not been supported by scientific evidence. Parapsychology explores the possibility, but the existence of the paranormal is not accepted by the scientific community. The scientific community widely considers parapsychology, including the study of clairvoyance, a pseudoscience. So I guess here if it says that claims for the existence of paranormal and psychic abilities, I guess clairvoyance itself would be considered a psychic ability. But here in the comment, the way it's written, it says that they are extraordinarily telepathic and clairvoyant, and then in parentheses, psychic. I guess they kind of technically are if we consider the prostate massage to be a psychic ability, a psychic power, as well as the manipulation of light, all those other things. Usage. Pertaining to the ability of clear-sightedness, clairvoyance refers to the paranormal ability to see persons and events that are distant in time or space. I still have this slight hang-up about this person's comment using the psychic parenthetical right after clairvoyant. Because I think maybe it's just my cultural understanding and upbringing. When I think of something that's psychic, I think of like mental abilities such as moving things with your mind if it's on the table, or like I guess maybe a little bit of mind speak, in which case he says telepathy. I guess it would fall within the category of psychic, something that is psychic. But I don't know if I would necessarily consider clairvoyance and psychic to be interchangeable terms. I don't know if that's how he's using it, but that's what it seems like he's using it here. It can be divided into roughly 3 classes. Precognition, the ability to perceive or predict future events. He's a pre-watcher, a universe pre-watcher. Precognition. Retrocognition, the ability to see past events. And remote viewing, the perception of contemporary events happening outside the range of normal perception. I wonder if... what's that thing called? And Jackie Chan, I think it's the sheep talisman, the astral projection. I wonder if that's considered a type of psychic power, psychic ability. Some people claim that they might have that ability when they as sleepings. I wonder if that would fall within a similar realm of clairvoyance. The ability to move in space without the need of a physical body. Probably under certain specific circumstances, like when you're sleeping. But then you gotta be careful. You gotta be careful if you are doing astral projection and you leave your body. Some spooky monster might go inside your body instead. Although sometimes some people might enjoy that. Throughout history, there have been numerous places and times in which people have claimed themselves or others to be clairvoyant. In several religion stories of certain individuals being able to see things far removed from their immediate sensory perception are commonplace, especially within pagan religions where oracles were used. Prophecy often involved some degree of clairvoyance, especially when future events were predicted. This ability has sometimes been attributed to a higher power rather than to the person performing it. Christianity. A number of Christian saints were said to be able to see or know things that were far removed from their immediate sensory perception as a kind of gift from God, including Charbel Makulov, Padre Pio, and Anne Catherine Emmerich in Catholicism, and several other people in Orthodoxy. Jesus Jesus Christ in the Gospels is also recorded as being able to know things that were far removed from his immediate human perception. Some Christians today also share the same claim. Okay, I guess I would have to think about it more. Whether or not I still agree with calling clairvoyant a psychic. But it is definitely a psychic within the bag. If I have a bag called psychic powers, clairvoyancy is in there. And I guess telepathy would also be in there. Okay, the Midnight Rider continues. The Xanu beings are generally a very peaceful, non-aggressive people, which is the reason. I'm not sure why he's... I guess if this person claims to have knowledge, seemingly intimate knowledge of these people, every time he uses quotations, the way we understand it is as that word. In this case, reason is in quotes. So for us, it looks like a reason, but for them, it's something else. For us, we see Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and labels as terms and a label or a tag, but for them, the Xanu, the Sabe, the Big Feets, might be a different thing that's not exactly a label or a reason. We'll see. The Xanu beings are generally a very peaceful, non-aggressive people, which is the reason they have remained so incredibly elusive to humans for thousands of years. They are highly cognizant of how fearful, easily agitated, and prone to violent behavior humans can be. Of course, as with everything, there are always exceptions to the rule. And there are times when an angry Xanu is so overly frustrated with humans that they can sometimes end up becoming aggressive with one at some point. If the Xanu people were typically aggressive, they would not have been so diligently stealthy in avoiding contact with humans for such a long period. The moment a person steps into any forest region, the Xanu people intuitively sense and know exactly where you are and what you're thinking at the time. I guess that's the sense of the kind of downloading your current thoughts. They can tap into your mind, which I'm surprised he didn't mention. Chuck Jacobs didn't mention. Only humans whose minds are mostly free from the intensely perpetuated mental programming of our society are allowed by the Xanu people to interact with them. Please keep in mind when in the forest to always be respectful internally and externally whenever you sense that a Xanu may be near you. That respect will be reciprocated by them. After all, you are standing in their home now. Peace emoji, sunglasses emoji. So I guess when I am in the presence of the Big Feets, I'm going to completely ignore them and block out any of their mind speak, and I'm just going to play the Lord of the Rings trilogy from memory in my head so they can watch it. That's going to be how I'm going to... That's my final goal in life. Uh-oh. A response from Digger9970. I don't think you have ever been to the deep wilderness. Probably have not stayed far from the basement. Why is this guy so mean? Chris K416 says, Matt Johnson's narrative and experiences are not what we have experienced. They have told that they are not the Xanu. Brother Littlefoot 2216 says they go by many names depending on which ones you ask and what they are willing to share, and that could also be a family, clan, or tribe name. They even have different names for the people as a whole. They seem fine with me calling them Sabe because I have asked them multiple times out of respect, but I know that it is not what they call themselves. This guy needs a little help with punctuation. Or that is not what they call themselves. Or is Xanu, which sounds like something out of Scientology. Actually, Xanu is from Greek Xan, X-A-N, meaning defender of mankind. Although they can be helpful and protective, I'm not sure that would apply to the Sabe. That same author also believes that they came from a dying world and that is just not true. They told me that they have been here since long before modern humans and even our religions. Well, I will have to go ahead and add Xanu, Xanu versus Xanu, Xanue versus Sabe. Are these all different peoples? Or are they names of clans of the same type of people? Okay, well, that was a pretty good interview that encompasses basically everything he said. He was a little afraid, I guess, to mention that his prostate was massaged by a big feet. So maybe if they bring him back for a second interview, he might be a little bit more open to sharing a little bit more intimate details. And also, I think Arby is Hungy. Okay, no, he didn't turn to look at me when I said either his name or Hungy. Maybe he is Hungy after all. Hungy? Okay, he's Hungy. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue with this comfy people. Don't forget you can support my streams, my channels, my pretty cool Let's Plays with these links here. On patreon.com/ZeroSuitSonia, on streamlabs.com/size for one-time tips. You can subscribe for free if you have Amazon Prime on Twitch. You could check out the wishlist and or also my shop where you can buy my cool stories and poems. I will be back shortly. last stream, we had to stop halfway through an episode of Strange Familiars. The guy was in a graveyard and there was this spooky ghost, and he took some pictures that were fucked up. We brought something home with us. I think that's the one. Yeah, it is, because the thumbnail is part of a picture that he took. So let's go there. Oh, right, and then he also had the... I almost forgot. I did write it in my notes, my Obsidian notes. I gotta take... They had an EVP that sounded kind of like this. So let's go see if he mentions that this time, because he did say he was gonna mention it afterward. So let's see.
All right, I'm going to play that weird sound now. You know, I don't know whether to consider this an EVP, like I said, because it didn't happen while we were talking. It was some kind of glitch in the mastering, but it does sound weird, so I'll just go ahead and play it for everybody. I'm going to play it normal, and then I'll play it slowed down.
And it would just like disappear in the darkness. I don't know what the hell that was, but it would move the car a little bit. And it would just like disappear in the darkness. I don't know what the hell that was. But it would move the car a little bit. And it would just like disappear in the darkness.
You guys hear, right? It's not just me.
I don't know what the hell that was, but it would move the car a little bit. And it would just like disappear in the darkness. I don't know what the hell that was, but it would move the car a little bit.
So I don't know if that's anything other than just a glitch, but...
Still interesting.
Yeah, we found it interesting on Discord. All right, let's go ahead and hear the last part of Jacob's stories now.
Okay, so for the Kuromi lighting here, the screen lighting on Kuromi's, I think I'm going to be a little less aggressive with how far the light spills onto the blanket, because maybe that's what's causing me. Maybe that little tiny thing is what I don't like about it. How far it has to travel. So maybe that's what makes the animation look a little wonky and unnatural. So that's what I'm going to be doing while we listen to this spooky story. Look.
Well, back to the double wide we rented off my wife's father. Well, as we did all that ghost hunting and stuff in the graveyard stuff started happening there at that house. So me and my wife decided that we're ready to be parents, which we were totally not ready for.
I don't know if anyone's ever ready. Like, you can do all the preparations you want. There's always going to be like 5 bajillion things you didn't plan for or account for.
But it seemed like a good idea at the time, you know.
I don't think anybody's
I'm
really
down.
ready.
It seemed like a good idea at the time.
When until it happens, I don't think you're ready.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seemed like a great idea at the time. 'Cause, I mean, any guy's down for it until you actually have to deal with the baby. So she gets pregnant. Things start getting a little eerie around the house. Weird starts happening. So...
All right, this guy swears a lot, and he has to bleep. I completely forgot about that. Oh, isn't his favorite word like ass? A big ass truck, a big ass spooky monster, a big ass thick woman coming through the TV screen, something like that.
This double wide, and it's got the master bedroom.
Double wide dump truck woman coming out of the TV.
It's got the little bathroom connected to it. You know, it's a private bathroom for that master bedroom. in that bathroom, I mean, anytime you'd be sitting on the toilet or in the shower, I would always just be creeped out. Just creeped out. Like, everybody says.
The spooky toilet. The spooky toilet of Minnesota.
The feeling of being watched or whatever. That's really the only time I've really had that bad, like, anxiety feeling of, like, being watched or something like that. Well, by watching that show Taps or whatever, they always talk about the high.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I remember. I was going to look up this stream as well. That Taps spooky ghost show with the guy who reminds me of my boss at the Dude. Ivy. That guy who reminded me of my boss in Taps. Taps Ghost Hunters. Yeah, I mentioned how the episode that I first saw them was a Revolutionary War Fort. Taps. I should say Taps Ghost Hunting. I'm getting some video games, some mobile looking games. Ghost Hunting. Daily Mail. Spooky moment. Ghosts appear to run across Gettysburg Field. What's this? Was he recording? Oh my god. Well, I saw that pretty clearly. It looks like basically like the cloaked Bigfeets that we saw last week. Oh. He's hiding behind the cannon. It's like a little thingy over here. Who moved behind the cannon? He's a spooky ghost. He's gone. A couple of spooky apparitions were caught on camera running across the road at what is widely believed to be one of the most haunted places in America. The spine-tingling footage was shot last week at the Gettysburg Civil War battle site in Pennsylvania. Greg Uelling, 46, took the ghostly video as he was driving to the historic site on a visit with his family. The site of Gettysburg was where one of the most brutal and bloodiest battles of the American Civil War took place in 1863 as Union and Confederate fought. Up to 51,000 soldiers are thought to have died in the 3-day-long battle, together with 5,000 horses. Our Union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was. The Battle of Gettysburg. What an unbelievable... it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country, Gettysburg. Wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch, and the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general, and they were fighting. Never fight uphill, me boys. But it was too late.
Union was saved by the immortal heroes at Gettysburg. Gettysburg, what an unbelievable battle that was. The Battle of Gettysburg, what an unbelievable... it was so much and so interesting and so vicious and horrible, and so beautiful in so many different ways. It represented such a big portion of the success of this country. Gettysburg, wow. I go to Gettysburg, Pennsylvania to look and to watch. And the statement of Robert E. Lee, who's no longer in favor. Did you ever notice that? No longer in favor. Never fight uphill, me boys. Never fight uphill. They were fighting uphill. He said, wow, that was a big mistake. He lost his great general. And they were fighting, never fight uphill, me boys. But it was too late.
Why is he fucking a pirate? Oh my god. Robert E. Lee was not a pirate, Trump. Never fight uphill, me boys. Yar. What's this? Most authentic ghost footage of all time.
Okay. Don't move in there. No, there's a motorcycle.
Is this just a jump scare?
I
Oh.
don't see nothing down
What's that?
there. I don't see nothing down there. Can't be the motorcycles, honey. There's nothing sparkling. You see what I'm saying?
It's a ghost!
What is that? Tree. No. You moved it, right? Right there.
Oh my
See it?
goodness. That looks like a fucking ghoul.
Look.
It's like a humanoid figure. It's like popping into... It's like... There's like this hill here. This little... What's the opposite of a depression? Inclination? Like on this little part up here. And looks like once this figure walks onto the proper plane, a certain, let's say it's a Minecraft world, once it hits the proper coordinates of this plane here, it starts to appear. The apparition. It looks like it's like a dog, and then it stands up like a person.
Right.
And it keeps walking left until it disappears again. It's just spooky.
Right there. See it?
Uh-huh.
Look.
There's nobody there. Where? I can't see.
Look. Isn't it those people?
Can't be.
There's nobody.
Not up in the trees.
There's nobody down there no more.
Okay, there's like three distinct figures. It's like
See?
I don't see nothing.
so it's like an animal height, like a dog height, or maybe four figures, like a animal dog height wisp of. It looks like smoke on the camera.
Dang.
To the camera, it looks like it's a puff of smoke in the shape of a dog.
Can't be the motorcycles, honey.
And then here for a little bit, looks like a puff of smoke, like in Fellowship of the Ring when Bilbo blows his smoke rings. It kind of looks like someone's puffing out some smoke up into the air. It happens like 2 or 3 times here. And then it looks like a puff of smoke in the shape of people, of a person. Kind of looks like a spooky ghoul. The shape and form of it reminds me of Fire Emblem Sacred Stone. What are they called? The zombie guys, enemies, the monster types. Yes, give me the monster types. A revenant. Where is the sprite? This guy. Here we go. Perfect. So this animation, this is the attack animation of a revenant spooky zombie monster in the Fire Emblem Path of Radiance, and this walk animation, it's walking here forward. That is what it sort of reminds me of. This spooky ghostly figure. There's one, and then a two. Is there a third one? No, they're just more wisps of smoky cloud-looking stuff here on the right. Interesting. I'll post that in the Unseen World channel on Discord. Okay, anyway, back to this guy's story.
Electromagnetic fields or whatever. Well, the shower was right there, and then the other side of the wall through the shower is the hallway coming in the back door, and the breaker box panel is on that wall on the other side of the shower, straight through the wall. And I was like, that's why I feel so weirded out all the time. It's got to be that, all the electric's right there. So I kind of ruled it out as that. She's probably a couple months along. Well, there's an entertainment center that's built into the double wide. You can't move it or anything. It's built onto the wall there. It's pretty big. It's like 7 foot tall, or 6.5 maybe. Anyways, but right above it, I get just a bang on the wall, just bang, like somebody was laying up on top of the thing and just hitting it with their fist. Like, what the hell? So that was happening a little bit here and there. I was kind of in denial about it a little bit. Just, well, it's the house making noises.
Right. Yeah.
Get cool.
It's just house sounds.
Looking back now, there ain't no way that's what it was. It wasn't just a pop or a crack. So we start putting this baby room together. We got us a crib, and how the first time, you really go over the top, getting anything and everything for the baby. Well, either I'd just be walking in from outside, or I'd be in the kitchen doing something, or in the middle of the night, laying in bed watching TV. I'd hear a baby cry. And this was before we had a baby. And I would hear it crying in that room that we had the crib in. The new nursery for the baby. And the other bedroom right next to it, I had a whole bunch of snakes back then too. I've always kept snakes and lizards and all kinds of stuff my whole life. That was like my reptile room. Well, I'd hear a baby crying, and it would freak me out. I'm like, it sounded like a baby just like really crying for just a couple seconds, and then nothing. And there was another time, I don't remember if we just came back from going somewhere, if we were bringing groceries in or what, I can't remember. But I walked past that entertainment center and walked into the bedroom, and I heard a woman talking, just a full-on sentence, just blah, 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 blah. Like, didn't hear what the hell she said, but I heard a woman talking. And I was like, what do you want? I thought it was my old lady. Well, I walked back in. Where the hell's she at? I walked back outside. She's still out there messing around. I was like, what do you want? She's like, what the hell are you talking about? I was like, well, I heard you talking. She's like, it wasn't me. And I was like, well, that's weird as hell. And then the beats on the walls, she's even further along with the baby. Beating on the wall gets more intense. I mean, it sounds like someone's like punching the damn wall up there. It's really weird. And I look back on it, and I was like, I don't really know how we kept our together, because, it was extremely abnormal,
Yeah.
There's no way a house is shrinking and, going back, between temperatures, how wood does. I don't know. It's crazy. The beating on the wall is just insane. My old stereo I had a little radio with the little speakers that had speaker wires. You could spread them out a little ways, whatever. They had little woofers on them, extra bass and all that stuff. We thought we was cool when we were teenagers. I still had that. And that thing would just come on by itself and just be blaring. And I'm like, what the hell? I'd go in there.
Well, if ever I am in a spooky house, I definitely hope the spooky ghosts do not fuck with the audio and make it be super duper loud out of nowhere. That would be the worst. I would literally blast the ghost with my holy water. In the name of Jesus.
I shut it off. Like, what the hell? It never did that. And it did that a handful of times. And the one thing I've heard other people talk about is like things coming up missing. The one thing that always come up missing was the damn scissors. Always kept our scissors on top of our microwave in that kitchen. And me and her would get an argument about it. I get in arguments with my kids now. We have like 5 pairs of scissors in the house.
We do too. Same thing.
I can't find a damn one of them because my kids have always got
The ghosts keep scissoring. That's why they need them.
them somewhere and they don't put them back.
Same
It makes
thing,
me
yeah.
mad.
Same exact thing.
But when we lived over there, when we were younger, we had 1 pair of scissors. And they always stay on top of the microwave. And I hate to admit it, and I was an asshole when I was a lot younger. And I think a lot of it has to do with that house. Because we had all kinds of problems. And me and her would get in arguments over scissors. Because they're not there.
Yeah.
And it would make me mad. And she's like, well, I have no idea where they're at. I didn't touch them. And I'd be, a jerk about it, storm around. Maybe a couple hours later or the next day, they're there. And then we get in another argument. I'm like, well, you put them back. She's like, I never touched them. We'd be yelled.
It's the ghosts must be then. Or maybe they're working in tangent with the spooky gremlin of misplacing items. They're always trying to... They feed off your anger and frustration of not finding what you're looking for. And so that's why the gremlin, and sometimes the ghosts, try to hide your stuff or move it when you're not looking. And then in those brief moments of anginess, that's how they sustain their existence. That must be what's happening.
Each other. Well, I end up the guy across the street. He was working on a water line for the house out there. I did that stuff all the time, and he was an older guy, so I walked over. I said, hey, I'll give you a hand. And he was digging with this little mini backhoe thing he had out there. I started talking to him, and I was like, well, I said, you grew up right down the street here, ain't you? He's like, yeah. I was like, well, I started telling him, I said, there's some weird stuff going on in that place over there. I said, I know that old house has got to be haunted. He's like, he's like, when I was a young boy, because this guy's just as old as my parents. He's in his 60s now. So, he was probably in his 50s then. Well, yeah, he said, when I was a young boy, the woman that lived in that old house that your in-laws live in there, he said, she went out there in the yard. He said she was a crazy old woman, too. She put a 12 gauge in her mouth and blew her head off.
Oh, man.
Right out there in the yard. I said, oh, hell. I said, well, maybe that's the woman I keep hearing talking. That's speculation, but, it makes sense. I never understood what the hell she said. But the same thing was happening to me there, too, when I'd go to sleep or try to go to sleep. Something would right in my ear. Jake. And I would wake straight up. What the hell was it? And it would do it to me a couple of times. And I'd try to fade back off, and it would do it again. Just right in my ear. It's just a whisper. Just take it. It would scare the hell out of me. I was already wound up. I was like, this place is freaking haunted. We go on. We have our first daughter. She's born. My wife's off work for quite a while. We're struggling. We're fighting all the time. We've barely got any money for food, let alone paying rent and utilities and everything. I'm asking my dad to help me with pay the electric bill. It was a hard time. Anyways, my wife, she goes back to work. So I'm working construction all day, wore out, out in the sun, putting pipe in the ground. And I'm not a very good dad at this point. I don't handle the screaming, crying baby very well. I get frustrated super easy. It's hard to deal with. She's working at just a fast food restaurant. So she has to close the store down. So, she's working till midnight or later. After working all day, I got to take care of the baby. I pushed through it, but wasn't the best at it, that's for sure. And my wife's real mother, she gave us this big old bed. It's like a California King or something. Like 4 people could sleep in this thing, shoulder to shoulder. It's a big ass bed. And,
big ass bed.
Well, I
There
was
he goes.
laying there with the baby, and my oldest one, she was probably just a couple months
Oh no, is there gonna be a spooky witch that comes to steal the baby?
old, and she was still a little bitty. And I had my dog in there, and our cat we had. They would lay in the bed with me and stuff. Well, my wife's side of the bed, she was right up against the wall, and my side was right there next to that bathroom, where I said it was always creeped me out in there. Well, I would leave that light on over top of the vanity, the sink and stuff, and the mirror.
Fuck.
I think it just had one big light up there, just one light.
I'm
I'd leave that light on with the door cracked, so I'd have a little bit of light when the baby'd wake up or whatever. I could change her diaper or get up, go get her a bottle or whatever, just so I'd have a little bit of light to get through her and still be able to go to sleep. Because I always hated having much light around. I like it to be dark to go to sleep. But, well, just for some reason, the baby's laying there next to me in bed, which is probably not a good idea to sleep with a dog, a cat, and a little newborn baby in your bed.
Yeah, I remember them telling us not to do that when the kids were real little.
Yeah, I definitely did. But all turned out good. She's 15 now, so.
Yeah, I think you're supposed to make a pillow for it for the little baby if it's on the bed. But you can't be spooked that the animal, if depending how big the dog is, the big dog may squish it. Might squish the little baby. Turn it into baby oil.
My wife mastered it. She could sleep with a baby under each arm because we had twins.
What the heck?
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, she just had it down. They were fine. She never hurt them.
She's a trooper.
Yeah.
I love it whenever she reads stories on there. That's great. I like listening to her talk. I do enjoy those. So for some reason, I just wake up out of nowhere, and I've just got that creepy feeling. I look down, and I have that creepy, scared feeling a little bit. I'm like, oh my God, is the baby breathing? How a new parent's always like, oh, is the baby? So, you freak out about that.
Sure.
And she's fine. So the dog's laying there, the cat's laying there. I'm like, what the hell? And I look over at that door, and I'm looking at it. I was like, what's going on? And I look at the reflection of the TV, and the door looks like it's moving. And I look over at it. I can't tell that it's moving. It's only a couple of feet away from me, laying next to the bed. I look back at the reflection of the TV. It's definitely moving. I'm like, huh. And I continue to just watch it there. And it starts swinging pretty good. I'm like, listening. The furnace ain't running, or the central air. I don't remember if it was summer or winter. Well, it would have had to have been close to winter because my daughter was born in December.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have been the furnace, and I didn't hear that running. So I was like, huh. But that door is moving, which I've never noticed that before anyway. But anyways, I'm looking, and that light over top, because I could see more of the light fixture up there with the light bulb inside of it. I'm like, it's definitely moving. I'm like, what the hell? And that light starts getting brighter, and then it started dimming down. I was like, what? It continues to keep doing that. The door's moving a little bit. The light dims. It gets brighter. And then it starts dimming back down a little bit. And then out of nowhere, it gets real bright. I'm like, what the hell? And it dims back down, all the way down where I could see the wire glowing red inside of the bulb.
Oh, wow.
I'm looking at this through the reflection on my little TV. I had probably like a 25-inch TV, the old school with the big boxy ones.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm staring at it through the screen of that TV. And here it comes. It just goes, it was down to just a glowing wire to super bright. And it just stays bright. Brighter than this light bulb has ever been on. I could hear it humming in there. It was like singing almost. It was about to explode. And the door is moving like super noticeably now. I mean, it swayed back and forth. And then the best that I could guess is a black head just goes into the crack of the door where it's swinging.
What the
and
heck?
blocks out the light.
Oh, nope.
And I jumped straight up and I slammed that door shut.
Oh my God.
And I picked up my little baby. She started fussing. And I made the dog.
Okay, note to self, always put the gun under the pillow before I go to sleepings.
Dog and cat get off the bed, and we went in there and got on the couch. That was scary as hell.
Yeah. I kind of laid off this stuff when the kids were little. Like, I don't even think I had like a conscious thought about it. I just kind of sort of backed off of it. Like, I'm glad I did now, but at the time, it must have just been, fatherly intuition or something. But I kind of stepped away from all this stuff when they were real little.
Yeah. After we decided to get pregnant and she got pregnant and stuff, that's what we said. We brought something back with us to this house. That's what we were thinking, from that cemetery, which maybe so. Maybe that psychic was right. Maybe I had something attached to me at some point. But I believe I'm good. I believe in Jesus. I've asked for forgiveness for all the dumb shit I've done my whole life. I've had some long talks with him, by myself. It's made a world of difference in my life for sure. I mean, I don't go to church or nothing like that. And, I believe you don't have to go to church. Maybe not everybody believes that, but, I feel pretty good about it. So
I think people have a good idea of what works for them in their heart. You know what I mean? That's why I don't know if you ever hear me say on the show, you got to follow the hum. Some things hum for you that won't hum for me, and vice versa. And I think people, as long as they're being guided by goodness and not selfishness, I think you got to follow that hum. And we might not have the same hum, but it's going to be good in the end, I think.
Right. I don't know. That's like I said. Yeah. I mean, I feel so much better since I've done that. But.
Gotta follow the hum. So then they all collectively gather and you have a buildup of hummus.
Yeah.
That happened just shortly after the whole experience with that psychic stuff. I mean, something told me to stop in my head.
Yeah.
Whether it be a negative thing or maybe it was an angel, maybe it was God or Jesus. I don't know, but somebody told me to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, I felt like I was doing something wrong. I mean, I really did. So maybe it was, maybe it wasn't. I'm not sure.
But you would say your life is calmer and more peaceful since stopping, yes?
Definitely.
Yeah, I would say that tells you something then. Whatever that voice was, put whatever name you want on it, I think that's a good thing,
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel good about it.
Yeah.
And, like the baby crying that I heard in that house, we ended up finding out. My wife didn't even know about it, but her stepmom from her previous marriage, because that house was actually hers before the old house and the double wide was hers from her ex-husband. They actually had a little baby and it passed away in a crib of sins.
Oh.
And I was like, oh my God. Whenever I said, that has to be it. Why else would you be hearing a baby cry when there was no baby at all in our house at that time?
Yeah.
That place was terrible, dude. I mean, it was evil. I believe it was evil because, I mean, it was in my head. Me and her were fighting all the time. We were having a lot of trouble.
See, I told you, it's the gremlins and the ghost of misplaced items.
Well, nothing you want to talk about on your show, but, you can imagine how a young couple's doing. We're just at the age of 21. We're started running around bars and stuff. Things just went downhill.
Yeah.
And a lot of bad things were happening. And we were fighting constantly. And, I mean, I was depressed. And, I mean, there was something there, man. It wanted me to kill myself.
What
it really
the
did. That was the hardest part because it wanted me to hang myself on a specific branch on a walnut tree in the backyard. I mean, it was like I didn't hear it talking in my head, but I was seeing it in my head. And it was freaking awful, man. Because I could see.
What if there's like a spooky monster, like a murderous Native American who's buried by that tree? So he needs more. The spooky dead native who massacred, who did a shooting with bow and arrows back at the tribe in 5 bajillion years ago. He requires more blood, and he wants your blood. It's fuel for him. That's what it is.
See myself hanging from that branch.
Wow. How did you get out from under it? Did you move? Did that solve it, or did it just gradually go away as you got more away from it?
Well, she decided she wanted to split up, and I had to leave, which it only happened at first for, I don't know, a couple of weeks. And then we got back together, which it didn't resolve itself, obviously. And, as soon as we got back together, immediately end up, she's pregnant again. That's what happy couples do when they get back together. So that's happening, which was an accident. It wasn't intentional, for sure. So that happens. Things are going pretty good for a while, and then it goes right back to the same old shit again after we have the second one. And we were together for, I think, it was a couple more years, because I think my second one, she was probably around 3 or so when we split up for a little over a year. But my oldest daughter, she was just to the point where she was talking. You know how, whenever you got a toddler that starts talking, the parents can understand them pretty decent.
Yeah.
Compared to just one of your friends come over and be like, "What's your kid saying? I don't know what the hell he's saying."
Yeah.
But "Oh, she's saying this. She wants something to drink," or whatever. Well, she was telling my what, because she would have night terrors. That's what my mom always says. She's having night terrors, and she'd wake up screaming and stuff. And then my wife was, she's like, "Well, what is the matter with you? Why do you keep doing this? Are you having bad dreams or what?" She says, "There's a little girl that's in here, and she wants me to play with my toys with her, and she keeps sitting on my legs, and it hurts me, and that's why I start screaming, and she scares me." She said she has black eyes.
Oh.
And that was terrifying. I was at the point, I was like, we need to burn this house down and leave. Because I already knew there's something wrong with that house, whether we brought it from that cemetery or if it was just already there and we just made it worse. And like I said, I was constantly depressed, and she kept running around and doing stuff and, making it even worse on me, and got pretty close a couple of times to going out there and climbing up in that old walnut tree and taking the jump off the branch. But, thank God for my little girls, man, because really that's the only thing that stopped me. I never thought of anybody else other than my children whenever I was just at that dark spot, just sitting out there on that porch swing, and I'd look out there at that, and I could just see myself. That's probably the hardest part I ever went through in my life.
I can imagine, man.
And then, we kept fighting and everything else. And then finally she's just like, "You got to go. I'm done with you." Devastated. She's the only woman I've ever been in love with. I had 2 babies with her. I was like, well, where the hell am I supposed to go? So I ended up going back. Well, I tried to stay with a couple of my buddies. That don't work out. I ended up back at my parents' house, and, and a lot of that depression went away after a little bit. Now that I look back on it, I didn't really notice it in the moment from leaving. I was just always kind of like, man, it's just a haunted house. There's some real negative shit in there. But, now I look back on it now, definitely. And even That year, it was about a year and a half we were split up. She had all kinds of problems with it whispering her name in her ear, and she would hear banging and stuff moving around and stuff come up missing. And we got back together, and it was a blessing in disguise. It was the best thing for us. We've been together since she was a sophomore and I was a junior in high school, and we took that little break here. Ended up getting back together, and I kind of went back over to that place with her, and I was like, I had me a little trailer. My uncle let me buy off of him for really cheap, and I was like, let's get out of your dad's place. I said, I cannot stay here because I can feel it. I hate going over there now because I could feel it. Not always. It's not like it's a big deal, but I do not want to go in that bedroom for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just something about being over there. I don't much care for going there anymore. And we moved back out there to my little junky trailer I had. And, it wasn't nothing to brag about. Just old single wide trailer. I didn't even have a full acre. And, we lived there, and, third baby come along.
Third baby. Every time they split up and come back, they gotta make another baby? What the heck? Oh my God.
A couple more years go by. Here comes number 4. All girls, of course. Recently, my mom's had some health issues. She had both of her hips replaced, and then she was doing great, was healed up good, was walking good, and she falls. And she fractures her spine a little bit, and, she'd been in bed for a long time, and she's able to get up and go a little bit now and stuff, but she has to do it in a wheelchair. She can do a little bit of walking, but not much. She's just been off her feet for so long. But my old man was in the kitchen down there. This just happened probably about a month ago, 3 weeks ago, and he was in the kitchen, and my mom was back there in the bedroom, and he looks back the hallway because my mom and dad sleep separate rooms. I think that's what a lot of older people do nowadays. Mm-hmm. And my dad stores like a grizzly bear too, so he sleeps in my old room. He looks down the hallway, and he said he sees this huge figure. He's almost as tall as the ceiling. Comes walking out of his bedroom, my old bedroom, and he says he's got like an orange glow or aura around him or whatever. And he walked right out and dunked his head down and went into my mom's room and walked in there.
Oh, God.
And he freaked out, went running back there to my mother. He's like, did you see that? Did you see that? That's why I had to have a long talk with him. I was like, Dad, you just got to tell him to leave you alone. Rebuke him in Jesus. Use Jesus' blood. You can make him go away. Mm-hmm. He's like, it didn't seem like it was a demon or a monster. He's like, it's not what I thought. He's like, I thought it was a man. But he's like, there ain't no man he said it was just a few inches from the top of the ceiling. Mm-hmm. He's like, it dunked its head down to go into the door.
Oh, that's weird.
And I was like, well, I never seen anything like that in the house. And after I moved out, my little sister moved into that bedroom, and she had all kinds of, just little things happening here and there. And my little brother, he got a side-by-side accident. He got thrown out of it and hit his head on the pavement. He didn't make it, so it just devastated us. And
yeah.
My little sister, she started messing with the little the spirit box things or whatever. They creep me the hell out. That crazy ass noise they make, and then the voices come through it. I can't do it. It freaks me out beyond belief. But she said she communicated with him so.
Is she trying to be like one of those witches, like one of those fortune tellers who does tarot card readings? She's one of those women who collects who collects all those cool crystals and cool stones, and then some peepees come over and say, "And what does this crystal do?" in his desperate for sex voice.
Want through that, and they're at my mom and dad's house. I'm like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
I kind of got on. I'm like, leave him alone. She said, that's what she said. She's like, well, he said he was okay. And I'm like, well, leave him alone then.
Yeah, there's a lot of things out there that are happy to pretend to be something else, That's the danger with that stuff. Yeah.
I told her that too.
Yeah.
I said, you're making yourself vulnerable because you want answers, and you can get something real bad happen. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, I mean that's what I tell people with like Ouija boards and stuff. It's not the board; it's what's on the other side of the board. The boards themselves aren't evil. Like people like, oh, I won't even touch one. I won't even have it in my house. The problem isn't the board. The problem is what's on the other side. It's you don't know what can be coming through.
Yes, the problem is what's on the other side and the people using it with or without your consent. That's the problem.
I was one of those people.
And imagine being one of those people who doesn't believe in woo-woo stuff and then going to get a Ouija board anyway. Imagine.
I mean, I still would never, ever have one in my house or even want to touch one. But,
yeah, no, I get that.
Like I told you, I just started listening to your show a couple of weeks back, and that made so much sense. I was like, huh. I was like, usually everybody's like, yeah, I would never touch one of those. Do not mess with them. This, it's going to happen. And you're like, well, just like you just said. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense. But I still think I'll pass.
Yeah, no, I get that too. I get it too. And we have a couple old ones that we collected, but they stay in the box. They're not getting used. You just never know what's on the other side. That's the danger with that stuff, I think.
Yeah, I don't think, it's nothing I'm interested in. That's for damn sure. I've experienced enough.
If I were a trained demon fighter and I were ordained by the Pope himself, maybe then I would be in the market to potentially speak with. Oh, I missed a spot. Speak with. Hopefully, what? I missed another spot. Hopefully, good spirits. But if they're not, then I can banish them right away. Back to whence they came.
Enough of it as it is, and I don't want nothing to do with it. The place I live at now, other than what comes out of the woods across the street, I really don't think there's any spirits here. I really feel really good about it, and I love that they're.
yeah, no, that's a good thing.
We love it here. We've been here, I don't know, a little over 5 years now. And other than the old wood buggers over there.
When you moved out of that creepy trailer and into the single wide, did things start getting better? Like as far as like emotionally and fighting and with the creepy stuff, all that, did things start getting better? Yeah,
it was like a brand new start, and I came to believing that we weren't ever going to get back together. I done accepted that. And I tried to meet a couple women and stuff like that, but I could never get no feelings for no women. So, I was just still hung up on her. So then we ended up getting back together. But yeah, it was like a new beginning. We kind of both laid down our ground rules, and we were just going to change everything the way we did things before. And, there's another thing, too, that I kind of think's connected to it, is I worked in a sawmill that we made staves and heading for whiskey barrels. And I'm telling you, that place has got some evil to it. That's just my opinion. But there's spiritual something that goes along with that, too. Because when I worked there, it turned me into a monster. That was when we were living over there, because I got fed up working construction. When it rained, we got sent home and this, that, the other. So I ended up going and working up there for about the same thing I was making working construction. Yeah, I mean, things turned around. There was a few issues down at that trailer, that little single wide trailer, because my uncle, whenever I was a little kid, he accidentally shot himself somehow. I mean, he put a gun in the back of his car, and I guess when he went to sit down in the car, somehow it went off.
Look. Negligent discharges are a natural part of gun ownership, okay?
As the story was told back then, I mean, that was back in the 80s, and he died there. One time when I was there, I was out there splitting wood, and I kept hearing somebody else splitting wood with me. It was weird. I kept thinking somebody was shooting a gun or something, and every time I would stop, I'm like, nothing was, I wasn't hearing no gun shooting or nothing. I said, what the hell? I'd start splitting wood again, and it sounded like somebody else was matching me up, you know, like they was hitting. I don't know. It could have been. I always just kind of thought maybe that was my uncle. I don't remember that. I never got to meet. You know, he's out there cutting firewood with me. That was kind of weird. It did kind of creep me out a little bit. I don't know. Not a whole lot went on down there at that trailer. I get creeped out sometimes, but.
Well, it sounds like there was something with that other one, especially when you said that your wife was hearing her name called too. That's like that's really weird, you know.
Well, she said she never heard that until after I was gone.
Right. Yeah. Still, that's too close to what you were hearing, you know. Like, did need somebody's new name to call or something. I don't know.
I don't know what it was, man, but it wasn't good.
Yeah.
I know that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it did. It wanted me to die. It wanted me to kill myself. It may have been where, you know, when I was younger, was trying to talk to the devil or whatever, because I wanted to be married to, you're not married, but I wanted to be.
Oh, right. This is the guy with all the goth GFs in his neighborhood, so he wanted that gothocy. Okay, yeah, and I remember. That's why he's got all of these experiences. Is that desperate for the gothos? And then he had a bunch of gothussies in his neighborhood too. Like, what the heck? Gotta distribute the wealth, bro.
Be with a beautiful woman, you know.
Right.
Not to brag, but, you know, my wife's a pretty good-looking lady. That's what a lot of guys at work, they're like, how did you get a girl like that to marry you?
That's
luck, I guess.
When Allison and I go out in public, I always think there's somebody saying, look, what is that beautiful lady doing with that homeless man?
Yeah, I'm right there with you, bud.
Well, I got to ask you the pancake question. On the morning of April 18th, 1961, Joe Simonton saw a silver disc on his farm. He went out, investigated, and stepped aboard the craft, where he encountered 3 dark-skinned humanoids who handed him an empty jug. He filled it with water and brought it back for them. In return, they gave him some pancakes. The question is, would you eat the pancakes?
Yes.
Absolutely not. I don't even think I'd have brought him the water back. I'd have ran it. No, I don't know if I actually went and got water for him, brought it back to them, and they're like, well, here's some pancakes. I mean, that I've heard you ask this a couple times.
Yeah, yes. It's sort of a fun question I ask everybody.
They're alien pancakes,
why the hell would aliens make you pancakes?
I have no clue. I mean, this is a real case. Like, you can find this case in, like, UFO books and stuff. It really happened. And there's pictures of him holding the pancake, and too, like, if you look it up on the internet, you can see he's holding the pancake up. But, yeah, it's weird, man. Some of those cases from back in, like, the 50s and 60s were just weird. These weird UFO cases.
The first time I heard you ask it, I was like, what the hell is he talking about? I never heard it before.
Yeah, it's a real case.
You know, like, I've seen a handful of the UFOs and had some weird memories or whatever, and stuff happened, but I've never, like, really looked into it. I was more scared of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't dig in a ton myself, because I just don't. A lot of people ask me, like, have you seen this, movie about alien abductions and stuff? I don't even tend to watch that stuff. I mean, if I have to for the show, I will, but for the most part, I avoid it. I don't like it.
I remember watching that movie.
My excuse is I'm watching for work because I gotta make spooky stories and spooky arts and spooky monsters. That's my excuse.
Movie Signs, and when that that creepy thing goes across there and all them kids start screaming on that.
Oh.
That was the scariest.
Yeah, the signs one where that Brazilian kid is speaking English, perfectly fine English for the Americans to watch at home. Yeah, that's a good scene. And then Joaquin Phoenix is, "Ah!"
I never heard it before.
Yeah, it's a real case.
You know, like I've seen a handful of the UFOs and had some weird memories or whatever, and stuff happened, but I've never like really looked into it. I never I was more scared of that stuff.
Yeah, I don't dig in a ton myself because I just don't. A lot of people ask me like, "Have you seen this, movie about alien abductions and stuff?" I don't even tend to watch that stuff. I mean, if I have to for the show, I will, but for the most part, I avoid it. I don't like it.
I remember watching that movie Signs, and when that creepy thing goes across there and all them kids start screaming on that was the scariest damn thing. I mean, that yeah, I don't like watching alien movies. I watch like Alien versus Predator.
Oh yeah, something like that.
But,
sure. Yeah, that's more of an action movie.
Yeah, when it comes to actual gray looking creatures, the big tall ones, no.
Yeah.
And it's scary. I'll have nightmares. But I would definitely pass on the pancakes.
All right. Jacob, thank you so much for sharing your stories, man. Bigfoot and paranormal, UFOs and everything. Thanks so much.
Thank you for listening to me, man. I really appreciate it. I've never really got to talk about the paranormal stuff to anybody. I have a couple friends, but
sure, yeah.
It's a little different to vent to a stranger.
Yeah, I get it.
I really appreciate what you do, man. I mean, it does help out quite a bit.
Oh, good.
It's nice to get it off your chest.
Good. Thank you. But that's what my daughter calls me, the paranormal therapist.
Yeah, for sure.
I guess they probably wouldn't like me because I'm gonna be making my spooky Bigfeet's animations. They're gonna get spooked and have nightmares, but nightmares are the best part, so you can get good ideas for stories. But unlucky, I guess. Yeah, if you've been like tormented by spooky demons and spooky spirits, and there's a spooky creature peeking into your room at night while you're sleeping with the baby, then yeah, that's pretty terrifying. I would probably, if that happened to me, I would probably stay away from spooky things. But to be fair, he is the one who tried to speak to the demons when he was younger with a Ouija board or whatever, because the allure of the Gothlicy is just too strong. I think we can all understand that predicament. Okay, let me see. What's this look like? Okay, so the Kuromi ones has the light doesn't go as far each frame or each individual thingy. This is also, what is it? 9 seconds. 9. Okay, and then let's see what it looks like compared to the Peepo. Yeah, it looks much more natural for sure. It still looks a little like the frame is off a little bit, but I actually like it because it makes it look a little retro-y as well. Makes it look like an arcade cabinet. The animations in an arcade cabinet. Okay, so I'll just redo the peepos. At about the brush width, the brush size of 19. That'll be my measurement. Let's go about 19 more of the default brush. That should be good. I guess I'll also do his eyes. His eyes have a little bit of a glow here. Could do that a little bit. And then I'll probably be... Oh no, I still gotta do one more meme. Which I guess I'll do on stream here. We'll see if I'm probably gonna end once I get too hungry, whether or not I finish this, or whether or not it's at a perfectly fine finishing point of a spooky episode. Okay, let's see. Where is... Do they say anything else cool at the end of the episode here?
Connoisseur of tiny museum. I love them.
Mm-hmm.
I work at a tiny museum.
Mm-hmm.
Not this tiny museum, but I love tiny museums. And
yeah, for a small town,
for
like
a small town,
museum, it's a
this
cool
is
museum.
fantastic museum, the Watching Clock Museum in Columbia. So
Really cool.
make a day of it. Go to the Watching Clock Museum. There's like a bazillion shops that you can go to in Columbia now.
Great antique shops in Columbia.
You can have lunch at an old timey lunch counter. There's
at Hinkle's.
Yeah, at Hinkle's. I don't know if you're regional, you may know them from their egg dye.
Right.
Bring it home full circle for Easter.
Allison has lots of cool daguerreotypes and ambrotypes and tintypes and other old photos there. Frame pictures galore. A lot of cool frame pictures and mirrors and stuff there. There's a wild hog skull in there now that used to be hanging on my wall. She didn't steal it from me. I volunteered it. I'm paring down to just the skulls I found.
Yeah.
I've got too many skulls.
We all do that kind of spring cleaning.
Yeah.
It's totally reasonable.
Hey guys, I can't stream. I gotta go clean out my skull collection.
Some cool chairs you have in there. People were really giving love to the chairs, but they seem to be from too far away to come get the chairs. So.
Yeah, that's the problem with big things. That's why pictures are so good, because you can just...
It's got some glass there and some other stuff.
Books, a lot of books at the dad.
Yeah. And if you're on the other side of the county, in Hanover, you can stop in our stand at Black Rose, where Chad's got some stuff. He's got some axes and some wool and some woods.
Okay. Their gift shop selling of a museum that I probably will never visit, unfortunately. This episode was 2 hours long, so we had to split that one up into 2 different streams. So maybe, if we're lucky, we can finish this next one, which is titled I've Become a Believer, episode 458. And hopefully, by the time this is over, I will be super duper hungry, so I can end stream, and I will also be finished with my comfy background. Do not copy strike me, please, Mr. YouTube sir.
Be talking to Allie. Not you, Allie.
I know not many people call me Allie.
I know, it's very rare. But another Allie. And she has this group of encounters that occur on her property. And these are probably my favorite things to look into in the paranormal. If you hear noise in the background, it's the bunny, by the way. She's decided now is the time to rearrange her house.
Sometimes you get a second wind.
These paranormal properties, as I call them, they're so fascinating to me because, you know, it tends to start with one thing, like a ghost or a haunting or Bigfoot. Like it'll start with one thing. And then all of a sudden people start seeing other things. And other things are happening around these properties. I just find it so fascinating because people are living with this stuff. And they're seeing these
like living in a graveyard.
Yeah, they're seeing these weird lights and these weird things and having all this weird stuff happen all the time.
And they don't really usually disclose that when you buy properties.
No, I think they're supposed to. Remember, we had that real estate guy on a bunch of episodes back. But
yeah.
he was saying that's like, you're technically supposed to disclose that now.
And who would do that?
I don't know.
Wait. Is that true? Is that a legal federal thing? Or is that a state thing? What are the state's rights on spooky monsters and the spooky ghosts coming to your window trying to tell you to let me in? Let's see. Let's do real estate disclosure of, they might say like abnormalities. What the heck? See results closer to you? No, that's not why I looked into this. Although maybe later, send me the list of all the haunted properties nearby. I want to buy them. Hey guys, I found the loophole. I found the hack. Here's the life hack. for everybody. I would consider putting this on Patreon, but because I have such a great big heart and I want you all to succeed in life, I'm going to share with you my secret findings. If you want a hot goth GF, go find a property that is listed that has abnormal activities such as spooky ghosts and big feet and aliens, and she would love to go hang out with you and live there and maybe even marry you and have kids there. I have now made your lives better. You're welcome. Okay. Falsified property disclosure statements, KS Real Estate Law. If the seller opts to provide a disclosure statement, common law imposes a duty to make accurate disclosures. To some extent, there also is an obligation on the seller to disclose the material defects if the seller is aware of a material defect that cannot be reasonably discovered by a buyer or the buyer's inspector. Okay, so that's not quite what I was looking for. So let's clarify my search term. Real estate disclosure of spooky paranormal activities. Zillow Group selling a haunted house? Here's what you need to know. Okay, so this is on the ZillowGroup.com website. A Zillow analysis finds most states don't require home sellers to disclose paranormal activity to buyers. Your dream home may be haunted, and in most states, sellers don't have to say boo about it. Ahead of Halloween, Zillow scared up a state-by-state analysis and found only 4 deal with paranormal activity in their real estate disclosure laws: New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, and Minnesota. In New York State, courts will rescind a home sale if the seller creates and perpetuates a reputation that the house is haunted and then takes unfair advantage of a buyer's ignorance of the home's ghostly reputation. For example, if you invite reality television ghost hunters to your home, then later sell your poltergeist palace to an unwitting buyer who performs sitcoms, a court can make the sale vanish like a ghost. In New Jersey, a seller must truthfully tell a buyer if their property comes with phantom roommates, only if asked. Oh, that's an interesting clarifying statement there at the end. Many states have statutes that say property facts that could cause stigma or psychological impact need not be disclosed. I feel like that wording, you kind of makes it sound like the state and the legislature is a little malicious if the wording specifies stigma and psychological impact that need not be disclosed. I don't like the wording of that. Massachusetts and Minnesota deliberately mentioned paranormal or supernatural activity as a psychologically affected attribute that does not need to be disclosed. Some real estate agents say haunted properties present other challenges that can scare buyers off. Here's a list of states here. What is the law in Oklahoma? Oklahoma, what's this row here? This row is direct mention of paranormal activity in state law and then statutory language. Let's look for all the yeses, because I think I just mentioned New York and New Jersey. Okay, so just those 4 that they mentioned earlier have a particular clause in the language. California does not have a state law, but the language reads, seller must disclose death, including natural death, on property within last 3 years. Alaska says a seller must disclose if they or their real estate agent are aware of a murder or suicide on property within the last year. Paranormal activity not mentioned. Okay, I know. I know my new business plan. I know it. I'm gonna do it. Nobody steal my idea. I'm not gonna tell you. I know my new business plan. I'm gonna get rich and get all the hot goth bitches. Suck my dick, faggots.
No. You know, sometimes it's a buying point. There was a property, somebody had sent me a listing for a property that was like, we have Bigfoot on this property. They were using it as the selling point for like, if you're into Bigfoot, you want to be here kind of thing.
Yeah, see, that's...
Wow, that's an unusual tag.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like, it's a niche market.
But Allie's got stories of
It's the niche market of the best kind of girl, yes.
these things that she calls crawlers, which sound like, that might be the new name for them. I think people were calling them rakes a few years back. She had a ghost in plaid.
That's exactly what I was thinking of when he said crawler. There was that one. Was it on Strange Familiars? I think it was on Sasquatch Chronicles, where some guy mentioned that he saw this white figure crawling on the ground toward his house or something. The Lake of the Rake. Patches uses not a rake. Uses the biter, the bitress of the arms and the toes. It's a Patches. The spooky monster known as the baby.
Didn't know about Flannel Man. Just started describing this ghost, says he wears a plaid flannel shirt. They assumed it was the great-grandfather of her husband or something like that, because their family has had the property for a long time. Maybe it is, but it's pretty interesting he's wearing a flannel shirt.
Is it possible that some ghosts just become flannel men? Like,
sure.
You could take a job, like, I mean, it really seems shitty if you have to take a job after you die. Like, I don't like that idea, but...
No.
Who knows?
No, the meme is that what they were wearing when they died, that's what their ghost looks like. I think the only situation in which that's not the case is if their profession has like a certain attire. So sometimes like nuns, they might not die with the entire outfit on, but they still have the nun garb when they're ghosts. That does remind me. I went to a Jesuit university, and there was this story in one of the dorms that apparently there was this girl. She was studying for something, for an exam, and it was like 2 or 3 in the morning. She was the only one in the study area, and then a priest walked by and helped her to study and stuff. And then later, after, I think the next day or whenever, after she passed the course or the exam or whatever, she asked around who that guy was, who that priest was, and apparently it was a priest from like 50, 100 years ago. It's a spooky ghost. And sometimes you have the good ghosts, the good priests, and the nuns who help you with your work, if it happens to not be a big feat.
Like an eternal job.
But it's certainly interesting. The ghost she describes, and they've seen several times, it's wearing a flannel shirt. She's got mystery lights, voices that mimic hers and other people's voices. Tree structures. She tells this goblin story and more. It's really interesting stuff. So we'll get to that in a second. I do want to put...
Okay, let's grab these. Get rid of all the chromie layers. And grab my people layers. I think there's only this and... this. Okay. Shouldn't take too long to do this remaining part. I think the only other time-intensive thing might be making my meme, which I will not mention. You will see it as it is constructed, and then at the end, we'll see if it turns out well.
The narrative, kind of. I'm sorry about my bad email. Get to Allie's can get.
So the episodes.
You contacted me after.
Okay, here we go. The spooky haunted property of Minnesota. I don't think he said where it was. Minnesota.
I'd like to welcome Allie to Strange Familiars. How you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing all right.
Awesome.
So, you contacted me after hearing the Witch Digger show, In the Shadow of the Witch Diggers. You said you had some similar things going on around your property. What's going on?
Well, I've lived on this property for about 3 years now, and my husband...
I wonder... I recently heard an episode of The Big Feats with a woman who sounds very similar to her accent. People were hating on it in the comments. They hated that she sounded like a valley girl. They thought she was annoying. And I think she also had wind chimes in the background. I believe she is on her porch from what I can hear, because sometimes, occasionally, there's like floorboard creaking as she's like on her chair shuffling around. And occasionally there's some aminal sounds in the background. I don't know what, but I don't know if this is her. It might be her.
Husband's family owns it, so he's got, relatives that owned it for probably back 3 generations, I would say. So,
but I guess people who live out in the middle of nowhere have a property who have wind chimes. That's pretty common, I'm sure. So
there's always been his family living on this land. Okay. And, they told me these things that were happening or had happened, to family members about just bizarre, almost supernatural things. And I was like, okay. So I get there and all these bizarre lights start showing up and like sounds in the woods and just really weird things that you see at night. Like, I think it's called the crawler. It's the one that's kind of humanoid and it's white and it's got I think that's what everyone calls it. But my husband and a friend of ours have seen that. And I've seen 2 of them from a distance when I was leaving out of what they call around here a holler. Mm-hmm. I was leaving out, it was about 11:30 at night. And at first I thought that they were albino deer. And when I got closer, I noticed that they weren't deer at all. It was 2 crawlers running back towards the tree line. And just weird things like that. I see weird tracks, like Bigfoot tracks. And I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what I'm going to call it, because it's not bear. It's not like a big cat. It's not a person, because like I said, his family owns it. And like nobody's really goes in the woods except for me and my husband. So we're the only people that travel around out there, and just weird sounds, the lights, just all kinds of strange things have happened.
So as comfortable as you are, and obviously, you don't want to give away exactly where you live, but generally, where is this?
Yeah, it's in East Tennessee, like on the Virginia and Tennessee border. Okay. Yeah, it's right in the Appalachian Mountains, like in the southern part, where there's a lot of like old, weird, superstitious lore around here anyway,
Sure.
And I live at the foot of what they call Bays Mountain. And that's actually like a nature reserve now, but that's where I live. And I'm not really ever been very superstitious, but I've always had, I guess, encounters with things that can't be explained really by science or anything else. Ever since I was a little kid, I've been sensitive to things, and being out here on my husband's property, I guess maybe things recognize that, so it's kind of more prevalent now that I'm there. That's what everybody says. I don't know, but I see spirits down there. And the one that I see the most, supposedly, is my mother-in-law's great-grandpa, the way I described him. I've never seen the man, never seen pictures of him, but they were like, yeah, we think I can't remember his name right now, but I've seen him several times. I'm not, I don't know, a psychic or anything. It's just, I don't know, I just see things that other people can't sometimes, I guess.
No, I mean, I totally get that. That's, I've talked to enough people on the show where it's a thing, it definitely happens.
Yeah, it really is. And, it's like, it seems so surreal that sometimes I don't know if I should believe my own ears and eyes, But, I'm going to trust myself enough to know that is what I see or hear for sure.
So you moved out to this property to live there. Is that right? Okay.
Yep.
And when did the strange stuff start for you?
Almost immediately. I guess the 3rd night I was there, I heard like the knocking in the woods and like these weird whistle sounds. It almost sounds like a person whistling, but not quite, And that night too, I also heard it sound like an owl, like a barn owl, I guess. But it was like the call would almost morph into a coyote call. It wasn't just two calls. It was like one call blending into the other. It was the strangest thing. And it just sounds fake. It just doesn't sound real. And I don't know what it could be. I have no idea. But those strange calls started like immediately, pretty much.
And is that the kind of stuff that your husband's family was reporting there before?
Yes. Yeah, things like that. I think it was the great-grandma had seen like a coffin floating down the road or in the field. In the field. And it wasn't like 2 or 3 weeks later, someone in the family died. I think it was an aunt had died. And it sounds like there's a gravel, like kind of parking lot a little bit, because right in front of the house is a church. I guess it would be his great-granddad built. And he was a preacher there, and the church is still there. It's like a log cabin church. There's like a little gravel parking lot beside of it. And you'll hear cars pull in the driveway and hear car door shut, and there won't be a soul out there. That's one of the things they told me about, and I experienced that too. It's just very strange. Like, where we live is a dead end, only family on this piece of property, and the closest neighbor, I would say, is probably a mile down the road. So, it's not like it's just echoing from somewhere else. It's just really, really strange.
Right. Well, anomalous car door slams are absolutely a thing, and I've actually even...
Is it?
Yeah. I've recorded that sound in the middle of the woods, like 3 miles into the woods. My investigation partner and I, Chad, heard a car door slam. But it's not just us. I mean, other paranormal people have reported it all over the place. Like,
wow, I didn't know that. That's wild.
Yeah, and I've heard vehicles approaching in that place, that ghost town that we went to, Pandemonium.
I wonder if it's like a Big Feet's imitating sounds that they know occur whenever they're near like gas stations and stuff, so they know to associate car sounds with people. Maybe it's something like that.
And other people have reported this too. People have been there. They said you'll hear cars coming, and then there's just never a car. Like, you'll hear them like going down it's like an old forest road, kind of crush and run gravel.
Yeah.
And you'll hear them, and you'll never see them. And we experienced that as well. So that's all stuff, that I've heard before. And at least the car door slam and the approaching cars, I've heard myself.
Yeah, that's so odd. I didn't know that anyone else experienced anything like that. That's pretty good to know. I feel a little bit better about it now.
Yeah.
For sure.
Did things progress and get more intense, like, the longer you're there, or does it just kind of stay at the same level?
It's kind of like ups and downs. And I don't know if it has to do with seasons or moon. I don't know, but yeah, it's like it ebbs and flows with the activity.
So tell me about these lights.
I've seen them twice, the way that I'm describing now. I was out there one night, I guess it was this past summer, and it was warm. I guess it was about 9:30 at night. And I was just out, walking and listening to the sounds of the forest and everything. And I look up, and I thought that this light was so bright, I thought it was the moon coming through the trees. And it's like, well, no, because there would be no way, because it was like in front of the mountain, not above it, And then I was thinking, maybe it is a moon. So I walked all the way down the road to see if I could see like the moon at all, because there's a bunch of trees. I had to actually walk out a little bit to actually be able to see the whole sky. And the moon was to the, I guess, east of where I was at. And so I walked down, I was like, it's not the moon. And it had moved from where it was before. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to take pictures of this, because it was so bright. It looked like, someone had headlights just shining through the trees. And I was like, this can't be, nobody's up there. It's just a light that's kind of barely moving and pulsing. So I decided to take some pictures of it. And when I was looking at the pictures, it wasn't just one light. It looked like a ball of light with several little lights like coming off of it in a halo.
Interesting.
Yeah, I've actually got pictures of that. I've got pictures of like the progression of how this light it was like kind of like, and it wasn't really shooting out. It was just kind of morphing out of the bigger ball, I guess the smaller ones were. And it didn't make any sound. And the only reason why I knew it was moving, because it was moving so slowly, it was because it was like, it'd be here, then a little bit later, be further down the ridge. And I'm like, what? Just really wild. Like I said, I have pictures of it and everything. And I've asked everybody if they have any idea what these lights could be, where they could come from, because I always want to see if there's like, a natural explanation for something before I just jump to say, oh, well, it's supernatural. You know,
Sure.
you want to be, level-headed about the things. I do anyway, So I've not encountered anyone that has seen these lights. And the second time I saw them, I was down at Bernie's house, and it's probably about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. I was down there with her because her husband was out of town and she was sick. So I had gone outside to smoke, and I'm just kind of looking around, and above her house, there's a ridge that goes like straight up. And it was the same thing, the balls, where I could see them actually coming out of the bigger ball of light this time. And they just...
The little baby Patches just wants to sit on my lap because I guess it's warm here. What, the rest of the house is too cold for you? Okay, well, unfortunately I do not have the camera plugged in, so no lap camera, no kitty cam. But rest assured, she is completely laying down on my lap. And maybe that's what I'll do. I'll put a picture of Patches and Arby's in the room here, in the comfy background.
Gradually moved back into the trees where I couldn't see them anymore. And nobody knows what they are. I don't know. This is the first time I've actually talked about it to anyone outside of like family, because I mean, how do you explain something like that? And where the heck's it coming from? That's what I want to know.
Oh, I'd love to know, because we've seen weird lights at a couple of the places we go to as well. Are there any color to them?
No, not these. They're just kind of like white lights. Like they look like moonlight almost, as far as like color.
Mm-hmm. Do they look like? I'm not saying they were man-made, but do they have the quality of like a man-made light, like a LED or anything like that?
It really doesn't. It really doesn't look like any sort of like flashlight or bulb that we could make.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very muted light like the moonlight, but at the same time, I'm not sure how to describe it. It's not bright, but it spreads pretty far. I don't know how to say that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I mean, everything else around it's dark, so these things are easily seen. Were you?
Yeah.
You said you were able to get a photo of it.
Yeah, I've got several photos of it. Yes, I do.
And do the photos look like what you saw?
No, what I saw looked like one light. It didn't look like a light with a bunch of smaller lights, coming out of it.
Mm-hmm.
It just looked like one light. And, I was just scrolling through my pictures, and there they are. Like, I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even see this happening,
Wow. See, we've not been able to get good photos of them at all. Whenever we try, they just look like little dots of light in the darkness. We cannot get good pictures of them. So that's neat.
I thought I had sent you some pictures of them. Maybe not, but if you want, I will email you the pictures that I have of them, so maybe you can do a comparison.
Yeah, please do.
Okay, I will do that after we get through with our conversation for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I live near North Carolina, where there's they're called the Brown Mountain Lights. Have you heard of them?
Oh.
Did he end up posting these pictures? Show notes and links. Pictures? Pictures. No, there are no pictures here. Unlucky. Picture, image, light. No, there's nothing. Fuck. Well, this was uploaded April 11th. I assume maybe there's a week before they publish it. Maybe I can contact her myself, say, you forgot the pictures, send them in, I want to see.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I live maybe an hour and a half away from there. So, and those are color lights. I've actually seen those for myself. And they're not there every time you go, but when they are there, like it looks like a city on this mountain that is a national forest. So there's not a city there, and there couldn't be.
Mm-hmm.
And it's amazing to see in person, that's for sure. But I don't wonder if that phenomenon isn't kind of like what you see in other places that can't be explained, whatever that is.
Let me ask you a question. Is there anywhere in the immediate vicinity where you live that it may be like a mine or a quarry or anything like that?
No, not where I live, no.
Is there a cemetery associated with that church?
No, there isn't a cemetery there, but there's one, I don't know, about half a mile away from there. It's like an old family cemetery.
Mm-hmm.
There used to be, and this was just, I don't think she was part of the family, but they let her live there. It was a granny witch that lived there, and you can still see the foundation of her house. And supposedly she wasn't a very good person, and I don't know if that's got anything to do with what we see out there. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
Another thing I've seen out there, it's like the movie Predator,
Mm-hmm.
where it goes into camouflage,
Mm-hmm.
and you can kind of see the outline kind of. I've seen something like that out there even in the daytime when I've been walking to the pond, and it's only...
She sees the shimmers, it's the big feet, and probably maybe all of the other things.
It's always on a certain side of this mountain that's back there. I've only seen it in that spot, but I've seen it several times. And you can hear it, but you really can't see it unless you are, you can... It's in the right amount of sunlight, I guess, coming down on it
Mm-hmm.
to kind of make it shimmer a little bit. I've seen that 2 or 3 times. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah. Is it
But
big?
it's kind of like an amorphous shape. It's not really any shape,
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Those always concern me, just because we don't know what they are.
Yeah,
but-
I mean, it could be military, it could be supernatural. I don't know, but I'm not messing with it,
Right. Sure. Sure. So these crawler things.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me about them.
Okay. The first time that was seen, it was, I don't know, maybe about a year ago. And that was my husband and one of our mutual friends. They were outside. I'm not sure what they were doing, but it was after dark. And they had our dog Lucy out there with them. And they're walking kind of up behind the house. There's a few trees and things. And they saw it behind a tree. They said that they thought it was a little kid at first, because the face, they said, looked like human, but it was kind of low to the ground. I guess maybe it was on all fours, because that's when I saw it. It was on all fours. But anyway, and the next thing they know, this thing kind of goes back behind the tree, and the dog Lucy comes out from behind the tree. Well, Lucy was with me on the other side of the property. So there was no way that could have been Lucy.
Oh, that's really weird.
Yeah. They both grown men came running in the house. I mean, they were that freaked out.
Wow.
Yeah. Because from where they were at to where I was in the front yard, and they were, I mean, we had there's no way. It was a bit impossible from where they were at. Whenever I saw it, like I said, I was leaving the house. It's probably about 11:30 at night. And as you're coming out of the holler, it goes down a hill and around the curve kind of at the same time. And there's a creek that goes by it. And in between the creek and the tree line, there's kind of like a little meadow place. And this is where I saw them. It was, one was kind of near the road. And at first I was like, split second thing, is that a rock? No, there's not a rock there. And then I see it running. And then the other one was closer to the woods. And when it saw the other one running, it started running. And I thought that they were albino deer.
Yeah.
But, seeing 2 albino deer at the same time is weird enough.
Sure. Yeah.
But whenever they turned around and looked, it was like they had these weird necks that, I don't know, it was just very strange. And they took off running into the woods. And one was smaller than the other one. One was probably as big as a small doe, and the other one was maybe about the size of a St. Bernard.
Mm-hmm. Were they running on all fours?
They were on fours, yeah. They were on all fours.
Huh. Was their gait like an animal, or was it?
It was a very awkward gait.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a gazelle or a deer. It was like, I don't know. It was just weird. It was very choppy, kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, those things are weird.
They run at 6 frames a second or something. What the heck?
Yeah, they're creepy. Let me see. There's been other things that I've seen that are just really weird too. Now that I'm talking about it, I'm like, I should have made notes. Oh yeah, I've heard something mimic my voice and other people's before too. I don't know what this is at all, but I've never seen anything associated with the voice that I hear.
Mm-hmm.
But I was at the pond, and there's a bunch of tall weeds there and flowers and stuff. And I was just standing there at night. I'm a night owl, so I'm out at night a lot anyway. And I hear from those long reed things a voice say, hello, just like that. It sounded like a kid's voice almost.
Mm-hmm.
And there wasn't any movement or anything associated with it. And I was like, oh, okay. So I just went back in the house because I just kind of got a weird vibe after that.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I was like, time to go inside, There was another time I was in the house that nobody lives in, And I heard the same voice. It was the same as like, hello, just a little kid's voice. And I noped it right out of there too.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been times where I've sounded like my husband and his friend Trevor. It sounds like their voice is coming from further down the road than the house. Like it's kind of echoing down from like they're walking from somewhere. I've heard that. I've also heard it sound like my mom or my sister, and they live 14 miles away, so I know it's not them out in the woods at night. And what's weird is even when I'm at my mom's house up here, like I said, about 14 miles away from where I live, I've heard the mimic thing. And just this past weekend, my sister and I were here, and her mom was gone. She came back. We thought we heard mom saying something in the kitchen, and we go in there. She wasn't home yet. It was about 10 minutes later she got home. And earlier that day, I had heard sound like my sister saying my name from far off inside the house. I thought maybe she's in a room needing me. And I go back there, I was like, hey, what you need? She said, what are you talking about? And I was like, well, I heard you call my name.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was in the same day. And my mom and sister both heard what sounds like other family members too. And it's like at a whisper, but if someone's outside whispering, you can't hear them. So it's just very strange phenomenon too.
When you said you heard it sort of mimicking your voice, did you recognize it as such?
It sounded like if someone took a recording of my voice and was trying to imitate that.
Huh.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. So not quite there, but...
Exactly. Just a little. If it wouldn't have been me, maybe someone else would have fallen for it,
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, it really is. And that's just like, oh, no. And I've always heard don't talk back to anything that talks to you in the woods, so I'm not going to say anything back to it.
Yeah, it's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
The apparitions or spirits that you saw, where were they?
There's been a couple of different places. I've seen it at Bernie's house, and I've also seen him down the road at our house. And when I saw him at Bernie's, he was just to the side of the driveway, facing towards the mountain ridge that goes behind their house, just looking up. And he was a taller man, maybe about 6'3", 6'4". He was wearing overalls and like a plaid flannel T-shirt. And that was really the most vivid of it. Like he was there. I said like maybe dark hair and glasses, and that's what I saw. And as soon as it was like I really noticed him. He was vanished up there. That was at Bernie's, and then down at our place, I've seen him on the trail. It's the old logging trail going towards the pond. I've seen him on that, and I've seen him in front of the church. And he looks the same every time I see him wearing the overalls and the plaid flannel shirt.
Huh. Have you heard any of our flannel man stories?
No, I haven't.
Okay. There are entities that, and my wife has actually seen one. We started talking about it on the show, and a lot of people contacted us. Now, I'm not saying this obviously just could be a ghost that happens to be wearing that, but there are also entities that pop up in these weird situations, often wearing plaid flannel shirts.
That's weird.
Yeah, a lot of people have reported it. We call
that
them,
is really wild.
yeah, we call him
really
flannel
is.
man. I wish we had a better name for him, but it's
Yes.
really, and it's not always the same guy. People describe him differently. Sometimes he'll be tall, sometimes he'll be short, but it's the flannel shirt is the consistent. So that's very, very interesting to me. When you see him, does he look solid and like a real person?
For the most part, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like a negative superimposed on what I see, if that makes sense. It's like you can tell it isn't supposed to be there, like it's not natural looking, but at the same time, he looks like a person.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting. That's really
and
interesting.
He isn't see-through at all, I guess is a better, more succinct way to put it.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's really, really interesting. Yeah, you got quite a list of things going on there.
Yeah. I mean, it really is. Like, I have never lived anywhere that has this much activity.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. And I've lived in some places that, there was a house ghost or whatever, something like that, but never like this. Like, it just, I don't know. I have no idea why it's so active.
Mm-hmm.
No idea why.
Now, is it stressful just living with this?
At first it was, but now that I know that there isn't going to be any harm from these entities, I'm like, they need to live someplace too, I guess. And I mean, I've never felt threatened, even by the creeper things.
Mm-hmm.
I've never felt threatened by
creeper things.
By that. I don't know if it is a threat, but I think it keeps its distance.
Yeah. That's good because you got to live there. That's what I always say.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
You're right about that.
Yeah, you got to sleep at night. You got to live there.
Yeah.
Can't
And
put your life on hold.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's never a dull moment. You know, whenever it's being really active, those times, it's just like, okay.
Yeah.
You know, and actually, my mother-in-law has a friend who has some old photographs of a supposed Bigfoot family that lived in the area where I live now.
Oh, wow.
And I don't know the legitimacy of the photo, but she showed it to me, and it was like 9 creatures standing, just having their photo made. And like I said, it's from a family friend that my mother-in-law knows.
Wow.
Has the pictures, and I would love to get a copy of them just to examine it myself, you know, and be like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, apparently it was a family of Bigfoot that lived around here.
Oh, wow.
So, and I guess the picture was like in the late 1800s, early 1900s is when it was taken.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's a real photo, I don't see why there still wouldn't be a family of them living there, maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
I wonder how would that fit in with Chuck Jacobs' claims that the big feets are not allowed to have their feet, or it's a, what do you say, that they're not allowed, or something regarding having their photo taken. I think I recall him saying it was something more, a little bit more, slightly more, I guess we'll call it religious. It's against why they're here. So I wonder if maybe these big feets, if it's a real picture, I wonder if these are like rogue big feets, and they have their own heathen religion, their own heathen way of being, in which it's acceptable to have pictures, or they're just they were really that close with this family, and they felt, okay, that's fine. Yeah, we know you won't share it with the rest of the world and reveal our presence, our existence. Interesting. Okay, I think I'm done with the peepos. Let's see how it plays out in the animation.
Did you tell me you were finding tree structures around as well?
Yes. Oh my gosh. Yes. All everywhere. All over the place. I've always been an outdoorsy person, but I've never had my own forest to explore, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So I love it. But I was seeing these things that looked like someone had pieced them together because of just the intricacy of it.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, it's like, well, these trees, even, you know, like rain's flowing down, all this stuff, it's like there's no way that they could be put in the order that they're in.
Right.
I see a lot of X's, and I see a lot of them bent over. Some of them almost all the way to the ground. It looks kind of like a half circle.
Yep.
Going back in the ground. And I've got lots of pictures of those too. Some of them look like a house almost.
Mm-hmm.
The way they're built.
Mm-hmm.
It's wild. And I can see where, like, little branches that are pretty, you know, probably about as big around as, you know, my wrist, bent and broken, but not all the way broke. They're just like bent down and snapped a little bit. And I've got one picture of that, and it looks like another limb going across to where it makes an A,
mm-hmm.
which I thought that was odd. But I see them all over the place.
Super fascinated by them.
Mm-hmm.
What's interesting to me is, and I don't know if you've ever like actually gone up and messed with them, but they're woven together in such a way that they couldn't have fallen that way, at least in my opinion. Like,
no, you're right.
Yeah, and they're somewhat well constructed in that. I mean, you could pull them apart, but you'd have to work at it.
Yeah,
they're put together well. Yeah.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. Yeah, because it looks, like I said, there's no way that it was like erosion or lots of rainfall making them fall. Because some of them aren't at anywhere where it could have like even rolled down or gotten that way. Some of them are at the top of this mountain where, you know, it would have been impossible for that to have happened naturally.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Falling like that. You know, even if a bunch of limbs fell out of a tree, they're not going to weave themselves together.
Right. Exactly.
And, you know, become like a little house for something. There's no way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so interesting to me, and I don't think they're using them for. I don't know what they're using them for. I don't think they're using them for shelter.
Not necessarily, no.
I don't think they're using them for hunting blinds. I don't know what they're using them for, but they're. And I mean, I don't. When I say they, people assume Bigfoot may. I don't know. I don't know that anyone's ever seen a Bigfoot actually making one of these, but they do appear in places where Bigfoot are. So,
oh, do they? See, I was kind of thinking there was a correlation, but I wasn't sure. So
yeah. But they're so interesting to me. I'm like, what are they for, and why? I mean, I guess they could use them to kind of break up their silhouette, like if they were hunting, if you want to think about it that way. But they're not hiding behind them. They're not solid enough to hide behind them. But yeah, no, I find them so fascinating. I'm super interested in them. I'd like to kind of track where they are and see if, sometimes you can one will lead to another and lead to another and lead to another like that.
Yeah, it's like on path almost, like follow this path or something. And the ones that are just like, the half circle, it'll just be like one sapling sometimes. And it looks like it's almost going to grow back into the ground the way it's bent. And from what I remember in, science class, like plants, especially in the forest, want to be where the sun is.
Right.
They want to like climb and reach and grow so they can get the sunlight. They're not going to grow back into the ground. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry. If science is the way I've been taught,
Right.
But yeah, there are lots of those there. A lot of the little and it won't just be one sometimes. It'll be like almost like croquet hoops, one behind the other and going that way.
Okay, I like the way this ends up looking here. I think I'll stick with this animation here. I could probably also maybe do a little bit of lighting for the background, but I think I'd rather just keep it like this. I think it's better this way. Keep the focus on the two comfy boys, comfy boy and comfy girl, sitting here on the Peter. Okay. The last thing I need to work on, I suppose, is I gotta make my meme.
And I don't know. I think, my personal opinion of Bigfoot, and this is just a recent assumption of mine, I think that they may be transdimensional. And I don't know if maybe what they make is something to maybe show the portal or, something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know. But, it's fun to speculate, though.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think to say they're not natural animals, I don't know. But they're not like other animals, let's put it that way. They're not like other animals on the planet.
No, they aren't.
At least that's my opinion. There's something weird about them. Yeah, they interdimensional could be. Yeah, there's something. They definitely appear and disappear, or seem to. Lots of people have said that. So where are they going if they are?
Yeah, and why hasn't anyone ever been able to get any sort of tangible evidence?
Right.
Other than like a footprint, There's got to be a quick getaway for them, That's what I think.
Yeah.
And maybe a portal would be that.
You get great footprints, but I always point out that they used to hunt ghosts in the 1950s. They'd put powder, baby powder, on the floor and get footprints. So
right.
Yeah. So just because you're getting footprints doesn't mean we're dealing with something that's wholly natural or like other animals.
Exactly.
But yeah, all the evidence is controversial. It comes back, one person will say, it shows something anomalous, and then they get it tested again. They're like, no, it's a bear, or no, it's a human. It's weird. There's something very, very strange about these things.
It is. And stuff like that, though, you're talking about like them testing the DNA or hair samples or whatever. Like, I don't wonder maybe if it's because it is a Bigfoot that, they get it tested together. Oh, no, it's not a Bigfoot, just to kind of like squash the conspiracy theory, like, oh no, see, they said that was a dog,
Yeah.
I don't know, because still it's conspiratorial to a lot of people, but I've become a believer for sure since I've lived on this property. Before it was kind of like, I don't know, maybe, but no, I really think so now, because I hear whistles, and hoots and the tree banging. I hear a lot of that. It's like the little footprints, and you can hear things but don't see it going through the woods. It's just I'm convinced now that it's something. I don't know what, but it's something, and I think it is what we call a Bigfoot.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like it. What were the circumstances of finding the footprint?
I go out there and I hike a lot, and I foraged for mushrooms and other like herbs, and things you can get from the mountains. And I was just out there, scouting around for mushrooms and things that day whenever I found like the best one I've ever found. And it had been raining and it was going uphill, and it was almost perfect. And I wear a size 7.5 women's shoe. It was probably 1.5 size my feet. And I have a picture of that too.
Oh yeah, please send that.
Okay, I will.
She has pictures of her feet.
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, when I find weird stuff, I take pictures. And, another thing, speaking of pictures, like when I have taken pictures of the woods, because sometimes I'll just get like an eerie feeling or a weird feeling or just something's off, pick up on the vibration that everything isn't how it was a minute ago, And I'll take pictures sometimes just to see if I can see anything in the pictures now that I know that there may be Bigfoot living there. Well, there are certain times where I take a picture and the picture's blurry, even though I haven't moved, the wind isn't blowing, things like that. But the picture before it, is clear, or the picture after it is clear. Sometimes I'll go into there with, a 70% battery, and I'm out there for an hour, and it's totally dead.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah. I carry so many extra batteries for my recorders with me when I'm out in the field because I'll put new batteries in, and depending on the situation, I'll look down, suddenly it's been, 30 minutes or an hour, and just zap, 2 AA's just gone. And, put brand new ones in. It'll happen again. So. It's
so weird, isn't it? I don't know, maybe because I don't know why it would do that. I guess things need energy.
Yeah, it happens. So again, I can't tell you why, but I can say it definitely happens around this
They're
stuff.
eating the energy. That's why.
Yeah, and it's got obviously They're
eating your battery, just like my battery. I don't know why my phone. I feel like it charges up pretty quickly, but it also discharges pretty quickly throughout the day. Spooky. It's the spooky ghost of battery suck. It wants my battery juices.
Association, but I want to know the answers to all these questions, and I'll probably never have the answers, but I'm not going to give up on seeking the answers,
Well, there you go. I mean, that's the thing. I think, at some point, I kind of had to sit myself down and tell myself, like, you're probably not going to get the answers in your lifetime. And I got a little bit depressed about that, and then I thought about it. I was like, yeah, but it's still a very interesting thing, right? And, maybe we can document some stuff that somewhere down the line somebody can do something with. I don't know. Whatever it is, I think this is all part of our experience here on the planet, and I find it incredibly interesting. And so I'll look for answers. If I don't get them, I don't get them. It's, I think maybe the quest for the answers might be part of the point. I'm not sure.
I think you're right about that. I do. Because, that's what, for me, life is about, is learning and discovering and just always being wondrous about the world around us, because I think a lot of times we get jaded to our environment. And, it's just... You shouldn't be, because there's so many interesting things out there, even if they're not supernatural. It's just to just enjoy and discover,
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's part of what all this stuff is about. It's about tapping you on your shoulder and letting you know there's something more. There's more.
Absolutely.
More out there. So, yeah, I think that's definitely a way to approach it. I think that's, a healthy way to approach it. So
yes, it is.
You said you had stuff kind of throughout your life. Do you remember, like, the first thing that ever happened that you thought, like, this is weird, or this is paranormal, or anything like that?
Yeah, the first time I remember having a paranormal thing happen to me, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years old, and my sister was maybe 6 or 8 months old, and I had a bunk bed, and she was in her crib that was kind of like, it was like an L, like one side was her crib, the other side of the L was my bed. And my bed, the head of it faced the doorway, and I got woke up by, it sounded like a hissing almost. It woke me up, and I looked, and in the doorway, it was like smoke, but smoke was popping out like in 3D, kind of like making these faces. And the faces were just, at the time I thought they were monsters. I was a little kid.
Sure, yeah.
And they were saying stuff to me like, we're going to take your little sister and chew on her bones, and we're going to make you watch. And I said, I was 4 or 5. Like, what 4 or 5-year-old has a mind like that on their own,
Yeah.
And that was my first experience with something not of this world. And it made an impact. It really did. Like it.
I guess so, yeah.
It wasn't a dream, because I remember getting up and sitting in front of my sister's crib with my back up to it, and rocking back and forth, yelling for mom and dad, and they didn't hear me. Okay, that's another thing that was weird. Like they didn't hear me yelling for them.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And because I didn't want to leave my sister, you know, I didn't want to have to run through the doorway either, honestly.
Right.
And it was just, and it happened quite a few times.
Really?
Yeah, and coming to find out, that place had some like demonic entities in it, because there was a woman that we went to church with, and her name was Rose, and she was psychic, and she came there and she had told my mom that there were like 3 demonic entities that were in the land. They weren't even in the house, they were in the land. And I didn't know this till I was like a grown person, that mom had someone come out there and, you know, kind of see what was going on, because I guess there may have been other stuff going on that I didn't notice as a child, you know. And we moved like not too long after that. But yeah, that was my first like encounter with the supernatural. So kind of got onto a crazy foot there, I think.
Did you end up telling your parents about it?
Yeah, I did. And they thought it was bad dreams.
Okay.
And of course, you know, like, that's what you're going to think.
Right.
Most of the time, you know. There was another time, and my sister can vouch for this. We had our separate bedrooms, but because of like all the crazy stuff that happened, we would choose to sleep in the same bed together. You know, just we felt safer that way, you know. And we were little. I was like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, and she is 3.5 years younger than me. So I got woke up by our comforter being pulled off, and I thought it was my sister being a cover hog. You know, we were like, oh, give him back. Well, I look over.
Why does the ghosts always do that? They take off your covers while you're sleepings. What a bunch of inconsiderate assholes.
And there's this little, okay, now it's a duende is what the closest thing I can describe to what this thing was, okay? Which I just found out about duendes a few months ago. Is that what they're called?
Little goblin things, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
Goblin things, yeah.
Duendes?
So
wait, wait. I never heard of these guys. Duendes? Yeah, I can do Wednesdays. Duende. Oh my god, why would you do this? The font on this page makes it look like it's like fucking Lord of the Rings. Duende. What is a duende? A duende, or old man on the mound, is a dwarf creature who lives in the woods, in an anthill, or old houses in a remote area. Wait, in a remote areas, plural. Nice meme. The duende resembles a very small old man with a long beard, and they love to wear big hats. These tiny creatures show themselves only to a few people, often when they seem to like you. A small creature that looks like an old man who comes to visit you at your bed and pull off your covers. Yeah, this sounds like it's going great places. I'm totally not gonna blast it with my weapon underneath my pillows. Often when they seem to like you. Some duende live in an old house. It is believed that they often shows to children and play with them. It is often told that they live in a paradise full of gold. Duende are famous for hoarding things, and it is often said that if you have lost something from your house, it is possible that it may have been taken by the duende, but don't worry, it will show up by the time you stop looking for it. We found him, guys. This is the gremlin of item thievery, the duende. Now we know. Okay, how do I capture one? Duende are believed to like people, especially women. They took her to their paradise. What? Duende are believed to like people, especially women. They took her to their paradise. The body will be left unconscious. Most of the time they come to visit very playfully according to their mood. Others say they won't let you eat, don't talk, sluggish until you get ill. There are playful duende. Once you are in the forest, you should respect and be very cautious too. They are living in the trees, mound, caves, rocks. Before passing by to their inhabitable areas, you should ask permission. What the fuck? I'm a vampire. by saying tabi tabi po, makikiran po, tabi tabi po, makikiran po, or please let me pass. By doing this means you are giving respect to unseen creatures. I don't know if I'm going to want to say that. I don't know the translation. I don't know if I should say that. They get angry if a trespasser destroyed or damaged their mound or the duende itself. The offender will then experience pain or swollen in any part of his body, illness that cannot be cured by the modern medicine, and albulario or herbal doctors are often called to help cure the victim. Oh, I gotta get the shamans, I see. They use herbal medicinal plants and food offering. Different types of duende. There are good and evil duende. These invisible dwarves seem to be represented by different colors depending on their character. Evil duende are red. If you have an evil red duende living in your house, it can be very bad. The best way to remove them is to perform a ritual that can be carried out by an albulario. Good duende are represented as white in color and can be useful to have around the place. They can protect the place that they live in. Okay, so the white ones are the good ones who protect things and don't steal things. I see. We already know about the black duende, the black and white kinds of duende. I have had a chat to a person who'd seen duende. According to her, there are red and green duende. People believed that the black duende is the evil, but she said it is the red duende which is the most evil among of its kind. Maybe that's why here in my background I have the skull is a red light. It's an evil duende. Duende gussie. Maybe this is why people like Yordles, like Lulu. Lulu and Tristana. They wanna grab the duende. Red duende, which is the most evil among of its kind. White duende is playful and deceitful. See, those are the gremlin thieves. And finally, the green duende, they come ogre and say, "What are you doing in my swamp?" The green duende likes to be with young children, but sometimes unfriendly and naughty. Maybe the blue duende is the one that says, "Hey guys, it's me, Flick." We'll have to see if we can find the rare blue duende. Black duende. It brings luck to a person, family, or business. People believe that it is one of the most evil duende, but according to a friend you can communicate to them, brings luck as well. Even if they are black duende, they are tidy looking, but be careful when dealing with them. Red duende. This is the most evil duende. Never deal with them because they won't keep their promise. It is known to be very deceitful and untrustworthy. Never negotiate to this kind of duende. Even if they agree, they tend to not fulfill their promise. White duende. White duende is quiet and calm, believed to be playful with young children. Try to be very calm when talking to them. They have the ability to heal a person who is under the spell of a sorcerer/witch. Green duende. They are fond to young children. They bring luck to gamblers of any kind, but never trust them. Sometimes they are naughty and crook, unfriendly. If you want to speak to them, you have to patronize them. Sometimes you have to bring a child because they prefer to speak to the young ones rather than adults. No matter what kind of duende, no matter what kind of duende it is, be very careful when dealing with these creatures and respect them. Otherwise, they will curse you and it might cause of your sudden illness or death. Always pay respect. This is the last thing. Always pay respect to the duende. Like human, duende or any unseen creatures requires respect. A lot of people in Philippines are quite worried about the possibility of hurting or offending duwende, especially because of their powers to curse humans. It is very easy to offend them because they are invisible, so it is very difficult to know if they are around at an inconvenient moment. Therefore, many Filipinos like to say, "Excuse me," before peeing or before throwing away dirty water, through fear that it might land on the head of the duwende and upset him. At least he has been warned, right? And as they say, do not do unto others what you do not want others to do unto you. This comment is awaiting moderation. This comment is awaiting moderation. This comment is awaiting moderation. There's a comment here that is not awaiting moderation. Guest 1192 Kai says, "I just saw a red duwende earlier today. That is why I am here." Oh hey, Night Prowler, when did you get in here? You came just in time for the duwende arc. Guest 1207 Amy R78 says, "When I was ages 8 through 12, we lived in an old house out in the country. There were woods behind our house, with mounds we believed to be burial mounds. We often found arrowheads and other Native American artifacts in the fields and woods. I was a very in-tune child and sensed things. My room had a huge crack in the old lath and plaster wall with an ever-expanding gap. I had a tapestry hanging over it as it scared me. Anyhow, shortly after moving in, I began getting visited at night by these little beings. They made me pull my blanket over my face, or else they'd torment me and jump on the bed. They came in through the crack in their wall, but then played around under my bed. There was one that was sort of the negotiator. He would make deals for me so I could uncover my face as it was super hot and I'd feel like I was hyperventilating. Once I had begged and appeased the group, I could uncover my face. I don't remember what I bargained, but now I know that what these creatures were, and that it wasn't just crazy. Hopefully she didn't bargain away her soul or anything. That'd be spooky. I thought it'd say Dewey. No, it says Duwende. I don't know. I don't like this font that they're using. They're trying to be creative, but it's Duwende. This little gremlin thing. I had never heard of this name or this creature. It is apparently a Filipino myth thingy. And this woman in the interview apparently has spotted a duwende, the little gremlin that takes your items when you're not.
We felt safer that way, you know?
When you're looking for items, they steal it and then they put it back later when you're not looking for it.
I thought it was bad dreams.
Okay.
And of course, you know, like, it's just what you're going to think.
Right.
Most of the time, you know? There was another time, and my sister can vouch for this. We had our separate bedrooms, but because of like all the crazy stuff that happened, we would choose to sleep in the same bed together.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just we felt safer that way, you know? And we were little. I was like, I don't know, 5, 6, 7, 8, and she is 3.5 years younger than me. So I got woke up by our comforter being pulled off, and I thought it was my sister being a cover hog. You know, we were like, oh, give him back. Well, I look over, and there's this little, okay, now it's a duwende is what the closest thing I can describe to what this thing was, okay? Which I just found out about duendes a few months ago. Is that what they're called?
Little goblin things, yeah.
Yeah,
right.
goblin things, yeah. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what it looked like. It had this little hat with a bell, a little vest, a little pair of pants, and these little, like, shoes that were tied with, like, some kind of string or rope or something. Well, this thing didn't know I was looking at it yet, okay? It pulls itself up on the bed, sits on my sister's chest, puts its hands on its hip, and leans its face into my sister's face. And I gasped or something. I really don't remember what I did, but I made a sound, and it looked at me, made a squeaky sound, jumped off my sister on the bed, ran the little distance between she and I, jumped off the bed, ran towards the wall, and it was like a black line came up, opened up just enough for him to go in, and then it poof, went out of existence like one of those old TVs turning off.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and I mean, to this day, I know what his little toenails sounded like. Just,
Wow.
Yeah. You can hear his little feet flopping, going down into the
Here's little feet clacking away.
Portal.
Wow. Huh.
Yeah, my sister, like, we ran into our parents' room after that. They thought we were having a bad dream.
Okay.
But, you know, we've talked about it, but
A
no.
shared bad dream.
Yeah, that was really weird. And my sister didn't see the part where I went into the portal because, like, from her perspective, she wouldn't have been able to see it for the dresser. He's got, like, a long dresser right beside where it zipped up. And, yeah, that was really weird, too.
But she did see it sitting on her.
Yeah, she did. Because when I gasped, she woke up, she looked, and, like, she started...
In Mexico, there's a myth that there's some sort of chaneques. There are like little ugly elves stealing stuff and things like that. I guess that's what they call them in Mexico. I've never been there. What's it called? I've only heard of the popular ones that people have told me. The Chupacabra and La Llorona. Chaneque. Chaneque. As they were called by the Aztecs, are legendary creatures in Mexican folklore, meaning those who inhabit dangerous places, or owners of the house, what the heck, in Nahuatl. These small, sprite-like beings hold a connection to elemental forces and are regarded as guardians of nature. Comparable mythical beings are found across Mesoamerican and Latin American folklore, often referred to as duende. Oh, so this is a different spelling. What the heck? It looks so spooky. Look at this. It looks like a fucking, like It, the clown. Also, this is a different spelling of duende. Interesting. Okay, we'll read that one in a second. Often referred to as duende in Spanish, with Yucatec Mayan folklore and Yucatan Peninsula tradition identifies similar elemental entities as Alux. In some contemporary legends, chaneques are portrayed as children with the faces of elderly men or women capable of leading people astray for several days. During this period, victims experience memory lapses attributed to their alleged transportation to the underworld, specifically Mictlan or Chiconahuamictlan. The entrance to this realm is believed to be located within a dried kapuk tree. In other instances, chaneques are said to intimidate intruders to the point where their souls leave their bodies. A specific ritual is required to reunite the soul with the body. Otherwise, illness and subsequent death result. Chaneques have been portrayed both positively and negatively in Mexican media across centuries. Mexican writer Artemio de Valle Arispe, after delving into Mexican colonial history during his time as a diplomat in Spain and at the General Archive of the Indies, penned a number of books on colonial legends, often depicting chaneques with negative undertones as entities associated with the Christian devil. In Valle Aripes' tale, Un Duente y un Perro, set in the late 1500s, the chaneque pestering Don Luisa is described as a demon inflicting bruises and inducing fear. This complex narrative has evolved over time, blending elements of protection, mischief, and supernatural forces into the fabric of Mexican cultural heritage. Okay, I will definitely have a look at these guys later. Let's see what the page for duende has to say. A duende is a humanoid figure of folklore with variations from Iberian, Ibero-American, and Latin American cultures comparable to dwarves, gnomes, or leprechauns. In Spanish, duende originated as a contraction of the phrase dueño de casa, effectively master of the house, or perhaps derived from some similar mythical being of the Visigoth or Swabian culture, given its comparable looks with the tomte of the Swedish language, conceptualized as a mischievous spirit inhabiting a dwelling. Nisse, it's just Danish, or tomte in Swedish, or tomtenisse, or tontu in Finnish. This looks more like a gnome here, I guess. It's totally because they exist, and not at all because people all across time and cultures and stuff have lost things only to find them later because these spooky gremlins have stolen them and hid them from us. Oh my, what the heck? This is so spooky. It's gonna give me nightmares. Okay, I will keep reading this on my own free time later. I am very, very interested. A freaking duende is gonna appear down your pet tonight, maybe. But sometimes my kitties are under the bed, so they're probably fighting the duendes. We'll have to see. Where the heck is my tab? This one.
White. It was like white.
Wow.
She looked at me and like it ran off. I mean, this happened in like a very short period of time.
Yeah.
Too. It wasn't, like a 5-minute thing. It was like a very short period of time, but it was enough to remember detail and know that I wasn't asleep because we ran straight. We both saw it,
About how tall was this thing?
Probably about 2.5 feet tall, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe. Because I have a little child's perspective on this, so, if it was on my sister's chest, maybe 2.5 feet tall. It wasn't very big.
Right, yeah.
At all.
Yeah. Huh. That's...
I don't know if it's my energy, my vibration or anything, but I feel like things like that are attracted.
It's not uncommon. Like when I started the podcast, I would get people that would tell me like, oh, I've had this stuff all my life. And at that time, and this was only, 5-6 years ago, something like that, it was almost considered like, oh, that doesn't happen, that maybe we can't believe those people. But the longer I do the podcast, the more I've come to talk to people. And I think it's more common than not, honestly, for people to have more than one thing happen. And I've talked to so many people like you who've just had this all their life. And it's going to be with them probably forever. I think you have a very healthy attitude towards it, so that's good. I liken it, I make sure to say it's like, I don't think anybody has superpowers, but I think, like, I can draw really well, right? And other people can't draw as well. They can practice and they can get better. So I think it might be like that. I think, like, I can draw well, you can see these things well. You know what I mean? I think it's something like that.
That's what I think, too. Yeah, I don't know. I think we all maybe have the ability to see through the veil, if you want, for lack of a better term. And some people, I think we all can, but some people, like me, I'm open-minded to anything. I
think that helps.
I can't say that it's, definitively this or that. I don't know.
Right. I think that helps. I just think it just comes more naturally to some people. That's the way it is,
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, it's just going to be that way. I've had some people tell me like, oh, nothing ever happens to me, and then you sit down and talk to them like, oh, I don't believe in that. No. And then, but then they're like, well, there was this one time when, they'll describe a UFO or something like, well, you can't say it doesn't happen to you then,
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, you did have something. I think by far most people have something. I've talked to enough people who've had just repeat things, like, and they're like, well, yeah, it seems like everywhere I live was haunted. And I'm like, well, maybe it's you, not in a bad way. I'm not trying to upset me, but maybe you're the common denominator.
I'm the one who's haunted.
That's more along the lines of that. I think places can be haunted, but I mean, if I look at it, here's how I look at it: like it's residual energy. A lot of times, I think, because like when we have high emotions, I think like our energy makes an imprint on something.
Yeah, absolutely.
And for however long, there may be an imprint there of something that happened in a house or, some piece of land or something,
The other thing I'm thinking as you're talking about this stuff is just out of curiosity, what's your like genetic heritage, like Irish, English, what, do you know?
1, 2, 3,
well,
4, 5,
I think
6
it's like
more.
English and Scottish, yes. And then on my mom's side, there's a lot of like Middle Eastern, like from Yemen and Egypt.
Oh, that's interesting. That's really interesting.
Yeah, so it's a weird combination of genetics.
Yeah, no,
for
that's
sure.
super interesting. Okay, wow. Yeah, because it almost sounds like some of the thing, like talking about they wanting to kidnap your sister and then seeing this little guy. It almost sounds like fae stuff, they would call it, But I mean, obviously, there's the equivalent in almost every culture. Certainly, the Middle Eastern cultures have, the jinn and stuff.
Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of like what I think too, because it was just they were always wanting to get my sister,
Yeah.
like the really like dark entities that would come to the place where she was a baby and I was small, and then. This is a different house where the little like duende thing happened. It was the house we moved to actually after living in the one where evil entities lived. So yeah,
Yeah.
it just, I don't know if something followed us or if it was, like you said, just,
Yeah.
I think maybe that's it. You know, it's followed us.
Yeah, maybe. Wow. So as you're growing up, you have more encounters?
One, two,
Well,
three,
for
4.
several years, I don't know if it was because I was going through some stuff where I didn't see past into my nose. You know, I was just very wrapped up in myself. So I didn't really pay much attention to things. But except for that, those like couple of years, yeah, pretty much everywhere. Like I see things
Again,
a lot.
that's so interesting you said that, because I talk about like having some kind of weird things in my childhood, and then there's this whole gap where I was just being a teenager, right? I was just like, I was into girls and punk rock and, you know, this and that. Now, did that mean nothing happened, or I wasn't paying attention to it? I don't know. Like, I don't know. But for whatever reason, there's this gap where I have like, yeah, nothing happened in those years. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that is interesting. That's very interesting because, yeah, it's like, and it was like late teenage years whenever it just kind of like, you know, kind of went away. And then I guess mid-20s, it started coming back, you know, and I think it may be just not paying attention, because otherwise, what else could it be, you know?
Yeah, no, it's very interesting. And I've talked to other people who have a similar gap there. It's like, yeah, I just wasn't.
Oh, yeah?
I wasn't interested in things at that time. Maybe that's the way it's supposed to be. We're supposed to be out, you know, figuring things out as teenagers and stuff.
Yeah, you don't need any of those supernatural distractions from it, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is what. See, I don't really get to talk to a lot of people that experience things that I've experienced or see the things that I've seen, because most of the people that I associate with think I'm crazy anyway. So, you know, I can't have like a real conversation with someone about these things, and it's very refreshing to be able to. I really appreciate it.
Oh,
it's
sure.
awesome.
Yeah, no, I love it. There's a fellow podcaster who does a similar podcast. I was talking to him a couple months ago. He said to me, "Do you hate it yet?" And I was like, "What?" And he's like, "Do you hate it yet?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Oh, you're gonna hate it." I was like, "No, I don't think so, man." I said, "There's something about this that I love talking to people. I love hearing their stories." So far, you know, it's still incredibly interesting to me.
Yeah, there's so many facets of it too. You know, like
I don't know what I could do for this little spot here in the middle. I don't know if it's gonna. Okay, maybe I have some idea what I could Oh, no! Come back. What I could maybe possibly do. Let me test it out. Let me kill some of this here. Let's make it rid of my reference here. Got that. Okay, I think I know. I think I know what I can put here.
I don't know how you could get bored with these things, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I mean, I'm the same way you are. I want to discover as much as I can. Try to figure it out if I can't.
Firmly believe it's part of the human experience. I absolutely do.
Yeah. I never thought of it that way, but I think, I mean, I like that idea. I do.
So I have 2 questions for you. Number 1, if I send a weatherproof recorder to you, would you be willing to put it in the woods? You don't have nothing special. You don't have to. You just flip a switch and put it in there. It's weatherproof. Nothing's going to hurt it. Would you be willing to drop it in the woods and see what we can get?
Heck yes, that would be awesome.
Okay, I'm gonna hide the screen here real quick for this one. I'll be back in a second while I do my magic here. Because, you know, just in case. I don't know if YouTube and or Twitch might not like this one. Okay. Maybe this will be fine. We'll see. Fuck. Okay, maybe this will be okay. We'll try it.
Awesome.
Okay, cool. I will do that. And next question is a bit more, and if this is too much, you know, we do like to travel and we'd like to visit these places. Would you be open to us stopping by your property at some point?
You know, I would, but let me talk it over with my husband.
Absolutely.
I'm sure he won't mind.
Absolutely.
You know, just to,
sure.
you know, let him know what's going on and everything. And I'm sure he won't mind, but yeah, I'm totally for it. So,
Okay, yeah.
for sure.
It's the properties that I have the greatest interest in. So, you know, like the Witch Diggers property and like these other things.
Yeah.
I just feel like they have most potential for things happening. And it's so interesting to me when people like yourself have these sort of repeat encounters happening. I'm completely fascinated by it. So I'm making it my goal to travel and get to these places if I can. But yeah,
that's
obviously,
awesome.
you know, you don't have to put us up or anything like that. It's just like just allowing us to be on your property. That's it.
Okay.
And, you know,
all right.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine, but, you know, of course, got to double check with the
Absolutely.
hubby.
Yeah, I completely understand. Wow. So I think you have the right frame of mind for it. You're not letting it scare you. You're okay with everything. I think, you know, if things get weird, there are things you can do. Do you have lights on your property?
Yes.
Yeah, like that's the main thing. I think you can light things up at night, and that helps. You know, if people are having them like come too close to the house, getting a little weird with it. I usually just say, you know, light up your property as much as you can, and even if you put out cameras and stuff, that'll usually put a stop to it. I don't know why.
All right, now my only issue here is I thought I already rasterized these layers. Oh, okay, I can just okay, never mind. I know how to do it.
But these things do not like to be filmed.
No, they really don't, do they? Like, you gotta be fast.
Yeah.
And sometimes, most of the time, you're not, or I'm not anyway.
So but it doesn't sound like you're really having problems. It sounds like you're just like these things are happening. You know?
Yeah, exactly. It really, I mean, I've never had any negative experience yet. I would say the closest thing I've had to a negative experience is in between where we live and Bernie's house is maybe an eighth of a mile, quarter of a mile. And I was walking down to her house, and it was the weirdest. I've never experienced anything like this in my life, but it was like someone had stuck a freaking power line to my belly, and I was just vibrating and violently nauseous, right? I was dry heaving and everything, and like about sent me to my knees. I couldn't think. It wasn't painful. It was just like intense, right? And I'm like, okay, if I can just make it to Bernie's driveway, I will be okay.
Fuck. Okay, so my new current dilemma here is I want to make this a different set, but I can't make a set within a set. So I guess what I'll have to do instead here, do it for her. And I gotta transfer them all there and then fly in it there.
Barely made it in her driveway, and I just collapsed to my knees and just was dry heaving. I wasn't throwing up. I was just dry heaving for several minutes, probably like 2 or 3 minutes. And then it just kind of like dissipated away to where I felt normal again. And like it was, I don't know what that was. No idea.
Yeah.
I never had that happen before. Never had it happen after. This has just been a couple months ago. And I don't know.
Oh, okay. No, I know what to do. I think. I hope. It's not going to be the most graceful way, but it'll work. It'll work. Trust me. Trust me, bro. I know what I'm doing. Sometimes. What is this for? Okay, if I just do this, leave this here, go to my new layer. It'll probably be better this way later on, not right now. We'll apply this image there. And I've got it all here, but not all of these. I'll have to hide them. Hide that. Hide all of this. Okay, it's not perfect.
I have no idea why it wasn't. I don't know if I went through a force field. I have no idea, but it was just very, very weird sensation. Like I said, not painful, just very intense and weird.
Yeah.
For lack of a better word, you know?
Yeah.
But that was probably the most negative thing that's happened, and that wasn't really even that negative, you know?
Yeah. Have you ever seen, either on that property or elsewhere in your life, have you ever seen a UFO?
A bunch.
Oh, yeah?
I've seen a lot. I saw one night. I thought it was, what's Elon Musk's satellite thing he has, Starlink?
Yeah.
Is that what yeah. I thought it was a Starlink thing going across the sky, but it was going slow, and then it was like all of a sudden, all of the lights went into one light and shot off like super fast. That's probably the most recent one I've seen. That was, I don't know, a few months ago. Out here at Mom's house one night, listening to music, just looking at the stars, because she kind of lives out. She doesn't, where you can still see the sky a little bit. And it was like this light. It was like a turn signal color light, you know, the orangey yellow light. It's about like how the light was on the end of this thing. And it was blinking to the beat of the music I was listening to.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I was like, what?
Wow.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to try this. I was like, if you can hear this music, blink to the beat again. Change the song. Blink, 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 blink. Okay, I changed the song again. It didn't blink to that one. I changed to another song, and then it blinked in time with that. It was like 3 songs it blinked to.
Wow.
Yep. And that was just...
Okay, I think I'll do this. Let's replace... Oh, wait, I gotta leave the angle there, and then I can grab this guy. My do it for her. I'll bring this guy down. Wait, where'd he go? Fuck, which layer is it? 115, okay. I'll bring 115 all the way down. Oh my god, stop going up! You're fucking up my spot. 15, come down here. I think this is... No. I gotta clean up my fucking layers, fuck's sake. Like, fucking seriously? Okay, we have that. Now we can... Now we can get to the angle I want. Oh, fuck, wait, we should probably get rid of Kuromi here so I can see. Get rid of these, get this out of here. That should work. Okay, I think it's ever so slightly off. I think I can do this. Fuck. Okay, that looks pretty good.
Out here in the yard at my mom's house.
Yeah, no, that they're reactive like that. I mean, I've never had that, but I've talked to people who've said, like, you know, they basically said, "Hey, change colors," you know, and it'll change colors and stuff like that. Yeah, that is wild.
You know, I'm gonna get CE5 is what that Dr. Stephen Greer talks about.
Yeah.
Where you can pretty much just meditate and give these guys your coordinates, and where it's all telepathy and, you know, through your mind. Like, they can hear it, you know, beings can hear it from wherever they're at, wherever it may be, and they can come here. I mean, that kind of makes sense to me, you know, because there's no limits on your mind at all, I don't think.
Yeah.
So if you really can focus and get someone's attention, I don't see why you can't, like, you know, interact with them.
You know, it makes no sense if you think that they're just little scientists from another planet, but if you say, well, no, wait, these are something else, you know, much like the things that are around your house, you know, we don't know what they are, but they're they're there, and they're, like I said, part of the human experience, then yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't it be?
I like the way it looks. I'm glad I did it this way. This is good. Easy peasy.
Interactive. Why wouldn't it want to communicate in whatever way it could?
Yeah, I think that's maybe what they're here for. Like, not really sightseeing, but just like being curious about things and having the ability to go to, other worlds and things. That would be awesome.
Could be. Yeah. The other standard question I asked everybody is about sleep paralysis. Have you ever had that?
I had it once. I think I was maybe 14 or 15. And I woke up, flat on my back, and my bed, I had a day bed, so it was kind of in the corner. So there was a wall where my head was, a wall down the back of the bed, and then there was a wall at the foot of my bed. It was kind of like a little alcove thing. So there wasn't much room in between the bed and the wall, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I wake up, can't move, and from what would have been the head of my bed, it was like this big, long claws coming up over the top of my head. Like if it came like from the crown of my head over the top, across my forehead, in front of my eyes. It's kind of how it went.
I'm retarded.
And I never saw the hand. I just kept on seeing fingernails. And it was so weird. They were yellowed and cracked, really, really, really long, and just dirty and just nasty looking fingernails. And somehow I was able to get up and, mind you, I'm a teenager, hightail it into my parents' bedroom. I got so scared. But as I was getting up, it was almost like something kind of pulled at the bottom of my T-shirt I was wearing.
What the heck?
But that's the only time I've ever had sleep paralysis.
Wow.
But I have seen the Shadow Man.
Oh, yeah?
The Hat Man, yeah, the Hat Man. 13 years old, woke up.
You have 10K channel points. Be careful, I might increase the price eventually. You better get them soon before I forget, before I remember to change the price.
Up from a nap on the couch. He's sitting at the end of the couch looking at me, and he just disappeared. It wasn't like anything big. It was just sitting there. It was like the flat brimmed, like wide brimmed hat, and he was like wearing an overcoat probably because it was kind of the silhouette of what he had.
I've had people describe these shadow entities a couple of different ways. In one way, they said it just kind of looked like a shadow. And the other way, they said it had this sort of blacker than black look to it.
Yeah, that one was blacker than black. It wasn't a shadow.
Interesting. Yeah.
It was solid. Or looking solid anyway.
Yeah.
Wow. These guys.
Well,
next.
the fun question then before you go.
Okay.
It's based on a real account from UFO history.
Oh, here's his question
On the morning
again.
of April 18th.
Here's his fucking meme question again.
1961, Joe Simonton saw a silver disc on his farm. He went out, investigated, and stepped aboard the craft. He encountered 3 dark-skinned humanoids who handed him an empty jug. He filled it with water and brought it back for them. In return, they gave him some pancakes. The question is, would you eat the pancakes?
Yeah.
Okay. Wait, she said yes?
Really? Is that just being kind, being nice, being,
Well, probably curiosity and trying to be polite.
All right. I think it kind of fits with the rest of your story. Just sort of being polite to these things and recognizing that they're part of the landscape there.
Absolutely.
So. All right, Allie, thank you so much for sharing your stories.
No problem. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
Okay, don't copy strike me. I think I am probably going to be able to finish here. If I just really quickly, really quickly, really super duper omega quickly do this. But Patches is still sitting on my lap. She's too heavy. I can't. Alright, let's see. I'm so close to done. We need this. We need the skull, the outline, the color, the face. Okay, that's all we need. Last thing I need is this. No, wait. Where's the Kuromi? Oh, is it this one? Yeah, Kuromi outline. Okay. I don't think I need to hide the screen, but just to be safe. I don't want you guys to see my to be sorted folder. Let's see. So this is 1. Okay, now I grab a 2. I guess I can put on the musics here. 2 there. Plop my music. Make sure it's not gonna blast your ears off. Let me get... Give me a halo. I want a halo. There we go. Perfect.
But so much of me is wrong, out of place. You might be too late.
Crap. This one should be number 3. And lastly, number 4. And then we can jump into the the video editor. And I think we're good. Let's save that. Okay, here we go. Let me do... I now have 3 different backgrounds I can do here. We have Believe, Musics, wait, what the heck? Give me this here. Another one here. Have this be 50%. 50% of this one too. I don't know how long it's gonna be. I think they're typically like a minute long, all of my AFK animations. Which is basically here. Let's do this. I think this looks pretty good here. The lights. I think I like the size here of... maybe I'll move it over to this wall. Because I do want to be able to see more of the pictures here. It's kind of part of the meme. Okay, I guess I could just move it up. This isn't crucial. Move this higher. Let's try that. To rebuild the room. I could just make this easier, but... in a second, where is Sam S? I think it's this one. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think this looks pretty good here. Let's use this one. This one's gonna be our way to go. Kill this layer here. I think that's the entire layer. Yeah, just the stuff on the wall. It's gonna be SMS. Be good. Okay. Yeah, that spot does look more better. So this ends at a 2 for each. 2, 3, 4. 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2. We need a 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. I think this is what I want here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 2, 1. If it wants to load, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1. Okay. Oh my god, I need more. It needs to end on 2, 1. It needs to end on 1 here. Okay, I can just grab over here. Paste there. It needs to end on 1 ascending. Where's the nearest 1 ascending? This one. 1, then it'll loop back into 2, 3, 4. So let's cut this. There. Cut all this. Pull all of these guys back. So I guess I technically don't even need to pull it. I can just close the guy here. Do that. Delete empty tracks. Set to contents. And let me hide the screen one last time. I'll do a test in 720p. We can catch any mistakes. Okay, it's exporting. I haven't been I haven't eaten since before I ate before I started, and then I've been slowly getting hungry for like the past hour. So I'm trying to rush through here. See if my test works out pretty well. Which I'm pretty sure it will. And then we can close out the stream with my brand new super duper cool background. Oh my god, this is 720p and it's already taking forever. And by forever, I mean 1 minute and 20 seconds. That's too slow. I need faster. Me is too hungry. Me is much more hungry than this. Okay, let me go grab this. Get this guy. Pull it in here. Let's kill the music. Okay, so here's our 720p test. Let me type in chat as well, see if... I think it might hit Samas here. Wait, I don't think YouTube chat works right now. Yeah, okay, let me do that. Let's put this on loop. And I think Twitch chat will be okay. We'll type 1, 2, 3. I am not a duende nor a gifter to duendes. Okay, that's fine if it blocks that part there. That's not too bad. But then I need to activate the YouTube chat because Botrix doesn't want to work. I don't know why. And in YouTube chat, Meow Meow Choco Chow says stare. Which of my YouTube chat? I fucking why did they do this? Look. Oh fuck you can't. Look, fucking. I have the YouTube thing set to true. It should show up. Yes, I literally just finished it right now at Mr. Meow Meow Choco Chow. It is my new background screen, my new AFK screen, and BRB screen. But this is a 720p test, so it might be a little blurry if you're looking at it full screen on a 1080p screen or higher. Because I'm just testing the things. Okay, let me see. Let me keep an eye on here. This is the max dimensions of a Twitch chat. Right here. I need a YouTube chat. What's this one? BTTV one. Let's activate this. Refresh and activate. Well, oh no, I need the link. What is today's YouTube chat link? I don't like this one because I need to manually paste in. Oh wait, it works. What the heck? Oh, it's for my channel. It's not for the stream video. Okay, so now YouTube shows up there. What are the max dimensions here for that? It's gonna interfere with YouTube, with Twitch chat. Let me drop 100. Drop the height by 100. Pull this down. That shouldn't block it anymore. I can move Twitch chat down now by about here. Okay, that looks good. Okay, now I think both Twitch and YouTube chat should be perfectly good. Let's see, Twitch chat test. We'll put some Kuromi emotes. And then on YouTube, we'll put a YouTube chat test. And I don't know if my 7 TV app doesn't work. I used to have like a thingy that gave me emotes. I don't know if does Kuromi spray work, and also maybe did I put in Kuromi peak? I don't think I did. Kuromi peak. I think we also have Stare Bear. And do we have Patchy? I don't think. Oh, we have RB Sus, right? RB Sus. Okay, let's type in these guys. See if they show up and interfere. There's Twitch chat. There's YouTube chat. Stare Bear isn't there. Why is Stare Bear not? Is it lowercase? But RB Sus is there. The Twitch chat font could, the YouTube chat font could be a little higher, a little bigger. Which of these is YouTube? Font size. Can I control F here? Stare Bear, what the heck? What's the Stare Bear command? Oh, it's just lowercase. Okay, it is lowercase. Stare Bear. Stare Bear the Care Bear. It's the Stare Bears. It's 2 Stare Bears. What is font size? Outline. Okay. Font size 20. Let's put 22. I guess line height will also have to be 22, otherwise it'll probably interfere. The real Stare Bear is the sleepings. Nice. The best thing to do to have. Yeah, my Patches has been sleeping on my lap for like the past hour and a half. Because she's a little kittens. Little tiny baby kitty. Okay, well, we'll see if that works there. Okay, so this is what my new background will look like. Then I don't think YouTube chat is pretty high right now, and yet and Twitch chat will not interfere, so that's good. If I refresh the... Okay, perfect. Look, they're perfect. YouTube chat and Twitch chat is perfectly aligned. You're still kind of blocking Samas over here, but that's okay. There's plenty of other Samases. Okay, there we go. I like it. I am happy with the way this turned out. And I do like the lighting as well. It does remind me of arcade cabinets animations. So it's pretty cool. Okay, let me go ahead and export the 1080p version. And then I'll go ahead and end the stream there with my new super cool background. Yes, it is the comfy AFK background. I've been working on it super hard for like the past month or so of streams, and it is finally done. I do have a couple of different variations of posters and stuff in the background, so I'll do those later. Let me see if all my settings here are good. Have the highest bitrate here. It's good. Okay. I might as well pull up my thingy here. If you enjoyed the stream, you enjoyed listening about spooky monsters and diving into the Duende and the spooky ghost video and the big feats. If you enjoyed it, chilling and relaxing. If you enjoy my super cool art that I just finished. Have a good time and value the comfort and the cozy that is the spooky goth gamer girl who gave you the secret to unlocking all the goth girls in your neighborhood. Can consider supporting me on Patreon at patreon.com/zerosuitsonia. And or also for one-time donations, check out streamlabs.com/zies. Or also subscribe on Twitch like this cool person over here who is named A Flick Life 2 subscribed to me on Twitch earlier today using their Amazon Prime. You can also check out my cool stories at zishg.com/sop, where I have my cool stories and poems. Maybe I'll even write some spooky stories. That won't be animation stuff. We'll see. And or also my wishlist on throne.com/zerosuitsonia. You can use any or all of those links to support my cool stuff. My neat, awesome endeavors. Okay, let me get the proper folder. Pre-KFK comfy. We'll do final. We'll paste here. We'll do this file name. Yeah, A Flick Life 2. I don't know what he did with the first one. So hopefully nothing nefarious. I would hope. Let's change this into... Oh, look. Wait, what the heck? That's an image. I don't need an image. Delete this one. We will add a media source. We'll do comfy Samas. We'll plop this in there. We'll do loop. Hardware acceleration if available. Yes. Okay. There it is. Perfect. My brand new... Let's go to support for now. My brand new 1080p comfy Peepo and comfy Kuro music. Okay, so I'll be able to add this to my rotation. I guess this one's also super good for times of the year where there are no holidays. And then I can just plop this one into the... Oh, I thought I saw a defect in my art, but it was just your dinosaur emoji getting smaller and becoming transparent. Okay. Phew. Okay, it was a lot of fun making this. I greatly enjoyed making it. Had a lot of fun playing with the ideas. I'm glad it turned out super cool, super comfy. So we'll be able to use this before the stream starts and when the stream is about to end, and when I want to hide some of my folders on my computer that may or may not be called to be sorted. And yeah, I had fun making it. I had fun listening to all this, like the 20 plus episodes of spooky stories that we listened to while making it. And yep, you know where to go. You want to help me out? But maybe the folder's called hentai. No, I don't think so. I don't think. Well, I don't mind people seeing folders called certain things. It's just if it's called to be sorted. That's the one folder that you guys can't see. That's the one that would be an issue. Okay. What did we witness? What did we listen to today? Try not to get your important items that you're looking for around the house, spending 2 hours trying to look for it. Try not to get your items stolen by the duende. Try not to have the covers pulled off you while you're sleeping by a spooky little imp. What did Chuck Jacobs say that was funny? Oh, I guess what I mentioned at some point is the astral projection. If you do end up doing some astral projection, try not to let a demon inside your body, because then it might be difficult. Your life might be difficult from that point on. And if you see any spooky lights in the sky, definitely try to remember to take pictures and stuff. Otherwise, people won't believe you. But other than that, good luck, have fun, don't die, don't be stupid, try not to swallow your tongue. And as always, I will see you next time. Bye-bye.